I welcome every one of you. I want to say good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, good night to you, depending on your time zone. I welcome you to this very, very important broadcast, which has to do with the Supreme Court appearance of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu at Abuja, Nigeria. I am Pastor Maxwell Nnawuihe. I want to please to share the broadcast immediately because we are live and direct. The Most High God is with us. The Most High God is with us. Please share the broadcast so that others will know that we are live and direct. We are live and direct. This is about the Supreme Court case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the hearing today. I am bringing to the screen the banner for today's broadcast. MNK at the Supreme Court. MNK at the Supreme Court. MNK is the acronym for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, the crown prince of Isiama Farukwi Beku in Umuahia, Abia State, Nigeria. And of course, he is the royal majesty, his royal majesty, because his late father, his royal majesty, Sir Israel Kanu, was the Eguku II of Isiama Farukwi Beku. And in the custom and tradition of Igbo land and Biafra land, when the king dies, the crown prince becomes the next king of that very community. So, by the virtue of tradition and custom, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is his royal majesty, the Eguku III of Isiama Farukwi Beku in Umuahia, Abia State, Biafra land. He's appearing in court today, the Supreme Court. You must remember that about a year ago, on the 13th of October 2022, the appeal court discharged and acquitted him. The appeal court discharged and acquitted him. And the appeal court ruled that no other court in Nigeria should entertain any matter, No court in Nigeria should try Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. No court in Nigeria should do that. That was the ruling of the Nigerian Appeal Court, the Appellate Court. And of course, the Nigerian government has not complied with the judgment of the domestic courts, be it the Federal High Court or the Appeal Court. They have still held him up until now, and the hearing of the case of Nnamdi Kanu, which is appeal of state of execution of the appeal court judgment last year, the hearing of that very case is today. So we know it is an important court outing, but I want to bring to your attention the subtitle of this broadcast today, which is UN judgment versus Supreme Court judgment. UN judgment, United Nations judgment versus the Supreme Court judgment. The United Nations gave a judgment last year between the 30th of March 2022 and the 8th of April 2022 that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has not committed any crime. Based on the United Nations Charter on Declaration of Human Rights and Covenant on Self-Determination, that he has committed no crime. So the United Nations ordered the Nigerian government to release him within 6 months from the date that the transmission of that judgment had been made to the government of Nigeria, and also pay him adequate compensation. That was the judgment of the United Nations. And after that judgment, the next landmark judgment in the domestic court of Nigeria was that of the appeal court last year, 13th of October. That was another landmark judgment that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been discharged and acquitted. And there was a reference to the United Nations judgment to that effect. And so today it is on the Supreme Court of Nigeria to do what is right, to redeem their image, which has been battered as a result of different kind of subversion of justice and rulings. That is why we are live and direct. And very soon I'll be bringing to you the update that is coming live from the Supreme Court. and from trusted handles and platforms as well, so that you will know what is going on. But you must understand that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has no case to answer based on the judgment of the Nigerian courts, various courts. The court at Umuahia, January 2022, gave a landmark judgment that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu did not jump bail, and that the federal government of Nigeria should pay him compensation of 1 billion naira and apologize to him, with other things that Justice Benson Anya said in that very landmark judgment. That was the first victory last year. Remember, we had 3 months fasting and prayer last year. We had 3 months fasting and prayer last year. The first month of that fasting and prayer was the month of January. The fasting started on the 2nd of January, and we got the first victory in the same month of January. So the fasting and prayer concluded on the 31st of March. Before the conclusion of that 3 months fasting and prayer, 30th of March, between the 30th of March to the 8th of April 2022, this landmark judgment from the United Nations came in the favor of Nnamdi Kanu and the Biafrans by extension. So that is why we are here today in solidarity, and also praying that God will perfect what He has started in the life of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Just like in the days of Moses. Moses was an agitator. Joshua was an agitator. Pharaoh, let my people go. That is the voice of agitation. We believe in the Bible, be it the Old Testament, the Torah, or the New Testament. We believe because the New Testament made several references of the works of Moses. Of course, on the Mount of Transfiguration, Moses appeared to Jesus on the mountain, including Elijah. Moses that represent the Lord, that represent the will of God and the symbol of the presence of God in the days of the Israelites in the Old Testament. He appeared, and so many apostles made references to the works of Moses, not in desperation or in disparaging his name, but in complementing what he did, which was according to the will of God. That was exactly what Moses did. It was agitation. Agitation to be free from Egypt. The land of Israel was not occupied. The land of Israel was not habited because they were in slavery in Egypt. So they need to be free from the land of Egypt and go to their own land that God has provided for them as a perpetual possession. The division of the Red Sea was in the cause of agitation. What Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is doing is not alien to the Bible. It is not against any faith or religion. It is according to what is in the Word of God, and of course, in our contemporary histories. And the United Nations judgment stated that he did not commit any crime. That what he is doing, calling for the referendum of Biafra to separate from Nigeria, to be free from Nigeria, that is within the ambit of the law, and of course, his human right, his fundamental human right. And so we are looking at the Supreme Court of Nigeria, the hearing today. That is what this broadcast is all about. Once again, share the broadcast as I continue to bring you update. I am still Pastor Maxwell Nnawuihe. If you are watching on Twitter, please retweet the broadcast. If you are watching on Facebook, please do the same. I am still bringing the update to you. For now, nothing is happening yet, and maybe we have not come across what is actually happening at the Supreme Court, and I will keep doing so until I have a credible information, authentic information of what is happening at the Supreme Court. But believe you me, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has no case to answer. He has no case whatsoever to answer at the Supreme Court based on the landmark judgment of the United Nations and the appeal court on the 13th of October 2022. While waiting for the update from the Supreme Court of Nigeria, I want to remind you once again, as I've always done each time I have the opportunity to do so, that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu remains the chosen leader of the present generation of Biafrans. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu remains the leader that God has appointed for the Biafran new generation. I've taught on this several times on the series captioned cycle of 40 years, cycle of 40 years on this very platform. If you go to my YouTube channel, you will see the teaching series. If you go to Facebook, you will see the teaching series, cycle of 40 years. That God does not raise two leaders to lead a generation at the same time. God always appoints, God always chooses one leader to lead a generation, and he can appoint or raise other supporters who will help him to achieve his purpose in leading that generation, not that they should take over from him. This is very, very important, that we may guide ourselves not to miss the divine appointment that God has made in the person of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to lead this new generation of Biafrans. Why I'm saying this is because of the concluded presidential election on the 25th of February 2023, which a lot of people were hopeful and expectant that Mr. P2B will become the new president of Nigeria. Before that election took place, I gave series of prophecies that Mr. P2B cannot emerge. He cannot be allowed to be the president of Nigeria. When I gave that prophecy on the 26th of June 2022, some people called me the prophet of doom. Some people tried to say that it is because of whatever, maybe my religious belief, or because I'm a supporter of Nnamdi Kanu, or because, they were trying to target so many things. But I told them that this is what God told me. When I gave that prophecy, the call for the revolution through the ballot, through the PVC, was on the increase. Mr. P2B was all over the place with his teeming supporters, mammoth crowd that followed him to wherever he went to. When he went to the Chatham House, the media was agog. When he went to Benue State, the mammoth crowd was unprecedented. The structure was the people, so they said. And by the media hype and all the pageantry and all the campaign, some people believed that Mr. P2B was already at the Asorok, that nothing will make it impossible for him to emerge as the president of Nigeria. But the prophecies I gave were contrary to the popular opinion and views of people. Even so many prominent men of God prophesied in the favor of Mr. P2B. I was the lonely voice that prophesied in the contrary, because I spoke from the council of heaven. I prophesied according to what God said. I've told you several times that I am the echo chamber of the voice of God. Very many heavyweight major prophets in Nigeria, some of them outside the country, they prophesied that Mr. P2B will become the next president of Nigeria. And I said, no, this is what God said. He will not become. They will not allow him. They cannot declare him. Today, how many months after the February election? Where is Mr. P2B today? Where is he? He concluded at the tribunal, the judgment didn't favor him, and he refused to accept the judgment of the election petition tribunal, which many of you today are very, very upset and angry with the Nigerian judiciary. And he said he's going to the Supreme Court. And so, who is the leader? Who is the beacon of hope for the Igbo man? Who is the beacon of hope for the Biafran people? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, because God does not raise two leaders at the same time to restore hope, to lead a generation, whether political, whether spiritual. God always raises one. And the one that God has raised, the one that God has chosen and anointed, is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, not Mr. P2B. I gave that prophecy on the 26th of June 2022 that they will not allow Mr. P2B to become the president of Nigeria. I repeated the same prophecy in July 2022 that they will never allow Mr. P2B to become the president of Nigeria. I am going to bring one of those prophecies to you live on air. I'm going to bring it. It was a live broadcast on this very channel, my YouTube channel, my Facebook page, and other platforms, both my Twitter handle. A lot of people were calling me in the comment box. They were insulting me as I was broadcasting. Just as I'm broadcasting now, they were insulting me that I'm against my brother P2B, that I'm speaking against the Igbo people, that my opinion does not represent the general opinion and view of the Igbo people and the Biafran people. And I told them, my opinion is the mind of God. It doesn't matter whether you like it or you hate it. It is what God told me to say, and I said it. I'm going to bring it to you. On the 24th of February, I still came on air and I announced to the whole world that anyone that was going out to vote in the next day, being the 25th of February, that they are preparing to travel into the land of Moab, which is the land where Elimelech and the family, Naomi, they travel to for self-preservation and survival. Self-preservation and food security, so that they will not die of the famine that was in the land of Israel. They traveled to the land of Moab in order to preserve their family, in order to preserve their life, in order to secure a better future for themselves, to put food on their table. But unfortunately, in the same land that they went, in order for them to escape from death out of famine, Elimelech died, the two sons died, Mahlon and Chilion, they all died. And I told them in that broadcast that as you are going to vote in the 2023 election, so that the Igbo man will survive or the Biafran people will survive having Mr. P2B as the president of Nigeria, who is an Igbo man, that you are traveling to the land of Moab, that after voting they will still kill you, that after voting your vote can never count. I told them in that prophecy that your PVC is useless. I told them. On the 23rd of January 2023, I still gave prophecy. I've been given authentic, accurate, incontestable prophecies. But unfortunately, the devil deafened the ears of most of my audience and most of our people. They don't pay attention. Our people love fancy. Our people love big name, whether it is fake big name or not. They were running after so many so-called prophets and prophetesses who were prophesying that Mr. P2B will become the president of Nigeria. Some of them prophesied that even if Tinubu wins, that on the night of the eve of his swearing in, that he will be arrested by the DSS. Some of them prophesied that Obasanjo was preparing soldiers to take over government in Nigeria, that they will not allow Tinubu to rule. How many months into the administration of Mr. Bola Tinubu? How many months? The mark of a prophet is that whatever he says comes to pass. We are still bringing the update to you. I am Pastor Maxwell Nnawuihe. Hear the voice of the prophet that it may be well with you. The more you argue with the voice of the servant of God, the more you challenge the mind and the will of God, the more you remain in bondage. The Bible says in the book of John chapter 8 verse 32 that you shall know the truth. You shall know the truth. You shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. I've said several times, and I want to repeat. Anyone that doubts my prophecy is doubting their name, is doubting their identity, is doubting themselves. They are not doubting my prophecies. And I give you 3 months, I give you 6 months, at most 1 year, that you doubted my prophecy or you discarded it in the waste bin. After 3 months or 6 months or 1 year, you will be forced to go to the dustbin where you threw away my prophecies. You will be searching for them in regret and full of guilty conscience. Why you threw away my prophecies? Go and read Deuteronomy chapter 18 from verse 18 to 22. That is the mark of a prophet. Please share this broadcast. I am still bringing the update to you, live and direct. And I'm going to bring that very prophecy. While we are still waiting for the update from the Supreme Court, I'm going to bring that very prophecy that I gave on the 26th day of the month of June 2022, that Mr. P2B will not be allowed to become the president of Nigeria through the ballot paper, through the PVC. I'm going to bring it to you. A card of frustration, a card of total destruction, a card that doesn't portend any prospect for the bearers and the whole. Telephone to heaven as we sent a telegram, as we sent SOS, as we called upon you for 3 consecutive months in obedience to your divine directions and instructions. Now you came down so mightily. Oh, my Lord and my God. You answered our prayers. You did mighty works that our eyes can see today. Our mouths can't stop testifying about them. You did mighty work, incomparable, that the blind can see, and even the deaf, those that claim that they don't hear, they can hear it. Have your way tonight once again.
If you can hear the screen, please, I want you to indicate. If you can hear the screen, I want you to indicate immediately via the comment box.
That our hands are not
weighed down,
whom you have used so tremendously,
the video that is playing in the background,
online and
which is
offline,
on the screen, if you can hear it, please
they shall
help
never lose
and
their
indicate
word.
immediately.
Thank you, blessed Father, tonight. In the name of Yeshua HaMashiach, we have prayed. Amen.
If you look at the caption of this broadcast, it's very simple. PVC, which is permanent voters card for those that belong to the damnable zoological republic, a republic that doesn't understand the rule of law.
That was the prophecies I gave on the 26th of June 2022. Everything I said in this live broadcast on the 26th of June came to pass. Every prophecy I gave about the election, they came to pass by 100% accurate manifestation. Confirm that you can hear this very
PVC, an identity card, a card of frustration, a card of total destruction, a card that doesn't portend any prospect for the bearers and the holders. Another replica, or should I say, failed protest patrie. PVC. MNK, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the Blessed One. And of course, what God has done. I remain Pastor Maxwell Nnawuihe, and the senior pastor of God's Praise International that appointed place. I welcome you tonight.
Did you hear that? As I told them, that the PVC was useless. That was what I said on the 26th of June 2022. And today, do you know that after the election, many people destroyed their PVC? The same PVC that they suffered, they went through a lot of hurdles to get. They destroyed it.
The temples of the wicked, the camps of the wicked, and shred them in a card that doesn't portend any prospect for the bearers and the holders. Another replica, or should I say, failed SARS protest patrie. PVC. MNK, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the Blessed One. And of course, what God has done. I remain Pastor Maxwell Nnawuihe, and the senior pastor and the spiritual leader of God's Praise.
Hear it again. As I said, that is how you know a prophet. It's not by popularity of how many people that are following him, or the crowd he commands, or his affluence, or wealth, or riches. All those things are good. They are just addition. Okay? The mark of a prophet is that what he says comes to pass. I told them that the PVC is an identity card of frustration, that the PVC does not portend any future for the bearer. Did it happen or not? It did. When I gave this prophecy, it was like a lonely voice in the wilderness, because every other prophecy were contrary to the prophecies I gave. I'm going to mention the name of big men of God that prophesied in the favor of P2B, that no power can stop him from becoming the president of Nigeria at the election, not through the court. Not through the court. And I said, no. This is what God said. There is no future in the PVC. That the future of the Igbo man and the Biafra man is locked in the DSS dungeon in Abuja, Nigeria, in the person of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. If the Igbo man need freedom, if the Southeast, if the Igbo man need whatever it is that they believe is for the collective well-being of the race and the tribe, that it is Nnamdi Kanu who is the leader that God has anointed, ordained, and called for this purpose. I told them it's not in election, it's not in ballot boxes, it's not in ballot paper, it's not in PVC.
Helping in so many ways, holding our hands to make sure that our hands are stabilized, that our hands are not weighed down, whom you have used so tremendously, both online and offline, they shall never lose their reward. Thank you, blessed Father, tonight. In the name of Yeshua HaMashiach, we have prayed. Amen. If you look at the caption of this broadcast, it's very simple. PVC, which is permanent voters card for those that belong to the damnable zoological republic, a republic that doesn't understand the rule of law. PVC, an identity card, a card of frustration, a card of total destruction, a card that doesn't portend any prospect for the bearers and the holders. Another replica, or should I say, failed SARS protest patrie.
Which is exactly what happened today. Which is exactly what happened. As I prophesied on the 26th of June last year, that the so-called obedient movement and the PVC revolution election of 2023, that is going to be like the failed NSAS protest. That it is going to be exactly like the failed NSAS protest. And as I said it, that is how it happened. The PVC revolution failed. It failed. In 2023, it failed. I gave the prophecy 26th of June 2022 that it is going to fail, and it has failed. I keep telling you, if you fail to release Nnamdi Kanu, and you think there is another leader somewhere, and you think there is another alternative for the well-being of the Igbo man, and you think that there's another way, for us to achieve what we're looking for, you are wasting your time. You are wasting your time as a people. All the politicians, you are wasting your time. If you think it's through the election, if you think it's through the inclusive government, if you think it is through whatever group, whatever leader, anywhere, whether home or abroad, that through him you will get what you're looking for as a people, that Biafra will be free, that the Igbo man can be free, that there will be development in the southeast, you are wasting your time. The more Nnamdi Kanu remains in the DSS dungeon in Abuja, Nigeria, the more the Igbo man is bound, the more the Igbo man is chained, the more the Biafran people are bound. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Anything you feel is a substitute to the agitation for the freedom of Biafra. You are wasting your time. You can never, ever get it. Release Nnamdi Kanu. Let them conduct a referendum for the people. If you believe in the Bible, that means you believe in agitation. Because the Bible is a book of history and a book of prophecy. I am still waiting for updates. The Bible is a book of history and a book of prophecy. Bible is full of agitation, revolution. If you don't understand it now. If you are planning to go to Israel as a man of God, as a woman of God, as a bishop, you want to go to Israel on pilgrimage, or you have gone to Israel, Jerusalem, on a pilgrimage, that land you went to, that land of Israel, came by revolution. It came by agitation. It came by protest. People were killed before they were able to possess that land. There was war. There was fight. If you believe in the Bible, that means you have no reason to stand against what Nnamdi Kanu is doing. You have no reason whatsoever. There is no authentic and important update yet. But the update is that the appeal court is sitting. The Supreme Court, the Supreme Court is sitting. That is the update.
PVC, MNK, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the Blessed One. And of course, what God has done. I remain Pastor Maxwell Nnawuihe, and the senior pastor and the spiritual leader of God's Praise International that appointed place. I welcome you tonight.
God shall perfect what he has started.
Wherever you are welcome.
The judgment that he gave in the favor of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu.
We don't belong
in the United Nations
to the bandwagon because
God shall perfect
we are critical, because
when people
we are
fought against that very judgment, when they fought against it,
we are precise.
The thought that
we are not
trying
confused.
to fight indirectly, they didn't know.
Very rare breed.
They thought, oh, let not so person take the credit that it is through them that the United Nations judgment was secured in the favor of
people that can never be tossed about by any kind of wave.
All the platforms that were supposed
to go deeper,
championing and bringing it to the memory and consciousness of the world,
those that have decided to abandon and jettison
all those platforms, we are not allowed to do it
as the only option for the total
because of one or two persons that God used
the Igbo man,
to secure
of the Southerner,
that very judgment,
of the ordinary Nigerian,
of the Biafran, against the individuals.
All of a sudden they have forgotten all their broadcasts.
The same
all of a sudden
that
they have forgotten
claiming that they were fighting
all
to
their
release
pledges, all their words of assurance before.
People made so many efforts. Everyone, most
all
people,
of a sudden
they worked very hard.
They have forgotten to make references to
they were writing to the whole world,
his teachings.
They were writing to
they
the United
claim
Nations,
to be his disciples, but now we understand
calling their attention to what is happening in Nigeria with the detention or abduction of Nnamdi Kanu, with the suppression of the fundamental human rights of the Igbo man.
They kicked against
at
the
3 months
exercise for the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, because they were actively, they were clandestinely and effectively positioning themselves for this very time, this very season of campaign, this very season of permanent voters card
expected to do so, that we are not even seen to be in the position to do it.
Today,
God decided to use them.
It has become very obvious that these people have lost their
spiritual efforts. For 3 good months,
the loudspeaker of their consciences have broken to pieces, that they can no longer hear the voice of their conscience.
At the end of the day, after our 23 days fasting and prayer, which was after the 3 months fasting and prayer,
that worship today,
to speak about the United Nations.
We are privileged to visit
the lawyers
or
of Nnamdi Kanu began to make references
different
to
churches today.
Initially, they were not making references to it.
Sermon,
Radio Biafra,
if not major part of the direction of the sermon,
even the Nigerian government and the media,
second or third
they were not mentioning it.
Depending on the number of services,
that 23 native doctors were contracted.
You find out that the major direction of the time of the sermon was dedicated to PVC madness and fever.
We entered into 23 days.
These were people that couldn't talk,
and before
these were people that their
prayer
mouths,
ended,
their 2 lips were locked up by cowardice,
was
by
now
hypocrisy
from
and
November
timidity.
2022 to
I can't talk when Nnamdi Kanu was here broadcasting.
And it was in that very judgment on the 13th
facing the enemy single-handedly that they were all
Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was discharged and acquitted after the 23 days fasting and prayer that I convened by the grace of God. God has used me to perform a lot of mighty, mind-blowing miracles for Biafrans and the Igbo man. Unfortunately, a lot of people don't know it. Those who are in position to call the attention of our people, that we may continue to do this together, to follow the divine direction in collaboration with other physical and legal efforts, they were all influenced not to do so. And so we continue to do what we can do with the few people who are working with us. And of course, there are mighty results that cannot be disputed. I am still expecting very important updates. There is no important update here so far, as I've said. What we have here his court commences, which is about 1 minute ago. I'm going to bring it to the screen so that you will know that I am actually following what is going on. I'm going to remove this screen for now. I'm going to remove it so that I can bring the next screen to you, which is the latest update. I'm going to bring it now. It is the latest update so far as the court sitting of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is concerned. It is the latest update. Court commences. Court commences. You can see it there. This is coming from the younger brother of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Court commences. Let me bring it closer to you. Court commences. That is the latest update for now. That is the latest update for now. Court commences. As you can see, it's from the younger brother of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. It's about 2 minutes ago. So this is when the court commenced, 2 minutes ago. I'm following up what is going on by the grace of God. From all other important sources, I will keep bringing the updates to you by the grace of God. And your duty is to share this broadcast so that others can join us. Share the broadcast so that others can join us. Share the broadcast. We continue with the prophecy that you may know that the release of Nnamdi Kanu is the release of Igbo man, whether they like it or not. I will bring you the clip of Atoeze, who promised heaven and earth that only Buhari will hand over government to the Igbo man. And some people who don't understand the foundation of Nigeria were clapping and shouting in foolishness and ignorance. Today, where is Buhari? Have you ever seen it before? Those of you that have been old enough, maybe 30 years or 40 years or 50 years, that a region in Nigeria produced a vice president for 8 uninterrupted consecutive years. And they also produced the president after the 8 years of producing a vice president. Have you had it before? The answer is no. It's either one region produces the vice president in this administration, and after maybe the second tenure of the administration, the presidency will go to another region. That is how it has been. It has been a kind of rotational presidency, rotational government. They rotated from one region to another. But in this very time, Yoruba produced vice president for 8 good years in the person of Professor Yemi Oshibanjo. And after the uninterrupted 8 years of serving as a vice president from that same tribe, Yoruba, Oduduwa, they went ahead and produced the current president of Nigeria in the person of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, whose credentials and academic records and other important documents of legitimacy has caused a lot of chaos. You know what is going on? The Chicago State University, all the scam, all the forgery, all the allegations, the back and forth. Have you seen it before? One of the things that made the elite, in quote, those that supported the extraordinary rendition of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya to Nigeria, one of their major reasons was to make a way for the Igbo man to become the president of Nigeria. They believe that if Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is allowed to be broadcasting, to be a free man, that he will destroy their chances. He will destroy and damage the image of the Igbo man. And therefore, the Igbo man will no longer become the president of Nigeria. So the best thing for them to do was to kidnap him from Kenya and possibly kill him. As they were not able to kill him, they now renditioned him extraordinarily from Kenya to Nigeria to keep him incommunicado, in solitary confinement, so that they can realize their dream and their political aspiration of producing the next president from the Igbo extraction. At the end of the day, all the money they spent, all the evil and atrocity they committed to rendition Mazi Nnamdi Kanu extraordinarily, all of them failed. P2B could not emerge as the president of Nigeria till today. The appeal court, Supreme Court rather, has commenced. That is the latest update, as you can see on the screen. As you can see on the screen, the appeal court has commenced. That is the latest update. We are still waiting for more. While we are doing that, we will continue with the prophecy. We are going to continue with it. It's very important that you may learn to obey the voice of God. It doesn't take anything from you. The only thing it will require is for you to be humble. That's all. When you hear the voice of God, humble yourself and accept it. Follow the voice of the genuine servant of God. There are many people that claim that they are prophets. There are many people that claim that they are pastors. There are many people that claim that they hear from God. We don't claim. You know it for a fact. We don't claim. There is no other future or hope for any Igbo man, any Biafran. Whether you are in Nigeria or you are outside the country, your hope, your future as an indigenous person is locked in the DSS dungeon in Abuja, Nigeria, and he is appearing in the Supreme Court today. You must understand it. Many of them that believed that Mr. P2B will become the president, many of them, they are all disappointed and angry. Convert that your anger to supporting Nnamdi Kanu. Convert it. Don't say, let me try another man. Oh, there's someone somewhere. He is the person. It's like he's the one. It's no longer Nnamdi Kanu. If you continue to dilly-dally, if you continue to rigmarole, if you continue to do trial by error, you are wasting your time. Continue to fight for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. It doesn't matter how long it takes. Wait for him. He's the one. Continue to do all you can to release him, to free him. Continue to do all you can to pray for him, to support him. Don't stand in the way of those who are genuinely doing all they can for his release. Don't stand in their way. Don't stand, even if you don't like them. Don't stand in their way. The more you stand in the way of those that God has appointed to help for the release of Nnamdi Kanu, who are working genuinely, who are working, not the liars and the fraudsters and the scammers, who are working genuinely, don't stand in the way. Nnamdi Kanu cannot release himself. Nnamdi Kanu cannot release himself. He requires people, men and women, incorruptible people, whether from the spiritual, from the political, from the legal, from the diplomat, men and women of integrity, forthrightness, patriotic, lovers of freedom, who speaks the truth. He needs them to be free. If you are fighting against them, you are fighting against Nnamdi Kanu, whether you like them or not. It doesn't matter. This is not about what you want or what you like or what you don't like. If you are attacking them, if you are attacking their platforms, you are attacking the release of Nnamdi Kanu. I am speaking as the servant of God. It has nothing to do with personal relationship, personal like or love, or you like the person is your right hand man or right hand person. You know, he's your brother or your sister, or he's a tribesman, or he used to support you. You know, let me return the gratitude. No, this is not about politics. It's not about friendship. It's about the collective people of Biafran people, the Igbo people, to be free and fulfill their full potential as the Most High God in heaven had proposed it before they were even born. Don't fight against them. Support them. We are working very hard. The United Nations judgment versus the Supreme Court judgment. The prophecy continues.
Today, It has become very, very obvious that these people have lost their consciences. The loudspeaker of their consciences have broken to pieces, that they can no longer hear the voice of their consciences. If you went to some churches today, those of you that worships today, if you were privileged to visit or attend church in your different churches today, I believe that the sermon, each one of the sermons, be it the first or second or third service, depending on the number of services your church holds, you'll find out that the major duration of the time of the sermon was dedicated to PVC, madness, and fever. These were people that couldn't talk. These were people that their mouth, their two lips were locked up by cowardice, by hypocrisy and timidity. They can't talk. When Nnamdi Kanu was here broadcasting, facing the enemy single-handedly, they were all cowed. They all crawled back into the shell. They couldn't come out to challenge the status quo. They could not. They couldn't. They could not. They lost their voices in the midst of systematic humiliation, ethnic cleansings, political asphyxiations, economic strangulations across the length and breadth of the country. They couldn't talk until Nnamdi Kanu emerged. He gave them the ball to come out and talk. The same people, as I used to say, who usually make their commercialized comments or prayers or speeches about Nnamdi Kanu, the same people that released certain statements on video, just 2 minutes, all those short clip, trailer. And you feel, oh, they are with Nnamdi Kanu. Oh, they are praying for Nnamdi Kanu. Oh, they are supporting Nnamdi Kanu. Oh, that man of God said, oh, the prophet prayed for him. Oh, that pastor loves Nnamdi Kanu. Oh, that bishop is with our struggle. Today, if there is anybody like Nnamdi Kanu in DSS, Don John in Abuja, Nigeria, they have forgotten. You remember the prophet that one of the lawyers of Nnamdi Kanu visited last year, and there was a promise that Nnamdi Kanu will be released between November and December. And many people, though that money, they pumped money into the ministry, into the church of the prophet, because the lawyer visited him at Anambra State. Today, the same prophet is telling you who to vote. These are people that lack integrity. Freedom fighting is not the job for everybody to take upon. God has his prophet. God sends prophet to the nations. God makes a choice of a particular prophet to send to a particular nation. If you are not called to talk about Biafra, shut your mouth and face your business, your political business, or should I say, your ministerial business, your prophetic business. Face it. Don't talk about Nnamdi Kanu. Don't mention his name on your altar. Let us know where you belong to. Today you will talk about Nnamdi Kanu in a 5-second video. You will stand before the camera and pray for Nnamdi Kanu under 10 seconds or 2 minutes. The next day, you are dedicating 1 full month to pray for Nigeria. Make your choice. Declare your stand. Everybody is a suspect until you declare your identity.
Gospel.
But truly, on this very platform, every one of you that have come in contact with this very platform that I've been following, even those that have known me for the past 7 years, you will understand that I am as constant as the light. Look at my face very well. Look at my face. Look at my. I am as constant as the light. I don't deviate. I don't shake. I don't shift. I don't adjust my belief, my conviction, my persuasion, my self-concept. I don't distort it. I don't suffer from identity crisis. I know who I am. In the secret, in the open. Not on air, so that people will see you that you're talking about Nnamdi Kanu, you're praying for Nnamdi Kanu, you love Biafra, you're preaching. But behind the veil, in the cover of the night, in the dark places, You are an agent of darkness. You don't belong here. Shut your mouth and face your ministerial business. If you are not called to talk about, stop deceiving the people. Today you are selecting candidate that should emerge. Look at how people don't have integrity, for goodness sake. And these are people that are wearing collar. They are wearing chain. They are holding cross. They are holding the staff of office, archbishop, prophetess. All of them today, all of them that refuse to obey the 3 months guideline, today they have converted their churches to PVC collection centers. And I keep telling you, John chapter 3 verse 19, and you can never, you are hearing the voice of the prophet of the Most High God. Nobody sent me. You are hearing the voice of the servant of the Most High God. I pride myself that I belong to that class. We are not many. This is their judgment. John 3 verse 19, that light came from heaven, all the way from heaven. They saw the light of emancipation, freedom, liberation. They saw that very light. They cannot claim ignorance that they didn't see the light. They saw it. But they chose to fall in love with darkness, dark money, dark riches, bloody money, bloody riches, bloody association, vampirous in nature, because their deeds are evil. They are scared of the light, but they are on the altar, but they are venerable, they are archbishops, but they are apostles, prophets, prophetesses. They couldn't dedicate 1 week to lock their church to pray for Nnamdi Kanu, to pray for him. My judgment will start in my house, so says the Lord of hosts. It will start from that altar. It will start from the office of the GOs. They can't escape from it. Come on, 1 week, they couldn't shut down their church. Exactly what the church did in the book of Acts chapter 12, from verse 1 to 16. Today, all of you know that God speaks through me. All of you know. Anybody that says he doesn't know, and you have watched my video 2 times or 3 times, and you have known me for 1 month or 3 months or 4 months, and you have been following me consistently, then you are a bloody liar. Every one of you looking at me right now, those of you that have been following Maxwell Nnawuihe, there is no 2 Maxwell Nnawuihe all over the world. It's only one, me, that you are looking at right now. Today, you are not in doubt. You can never ever doubt. Tell me which of the prophecies. I'm not talking about the prophecies of last year. Look at all the prophecies I gave you from the 2nd of January 2022. Tell me which one that have not come to pass. Tell me. Not by my power, not by my mind, but by the grace of the Most High God, which I did not abuse or misuse. I didn't use it for personal advantages, personal acquisition of wealth. Never. But for you and our generation, which many people abused and insulted and let down. All the prayer points, all the prophecies from the 2nd of January 2022, they have been coming to manifestation one after the other so clearly that you can see it, so self-explanatory that you don't even need to ask. You don't even need to ask which of the prophecies coming to manifestation. You can see it. You are very, very sure the particular prophecies that have come to manifestations. You don't need to ask any question. It's very clear. Those of you that have followed all through. This is a compact broadcast, but never forget one thing is central, our caption. PVC, MNK, what God has done. Share the broadcast. We have only 52 people watching. Wherever you are, if you're watching on Twitter, via my Twitter handle, at Maxwell Nnawuihe, I welcome you. If you are watching on my Facebook page, Maxwell Nnawuihe, I also welcome you. If you're watching on YouTube, Maxwell Nnawuihe, I welcome you. On Twitter, I am looking at Twitter right now, no viewers, only 5 shares. Because they don't understand the capacity of the man that is before, or they are watching on the screen right now. They don't understand it. Or the devil have decided to blind their eyes or their understanding. The mark of a prophet, I keep telling you, is that whatever he says comes to pass. God calls, God makes the choice of who to send for a particular assignment to a particular people, to a particular race, to a particular tribe. From time to time, God sends his prophets, his trusted servants to them. God sent me to you. This is 7 years of impeccable record of integrity. Impeccable, unquestionable. I have never changed for a second. Even when it's against my own comfort, against my own right, against my own welfare, against my own well-being, I have remained unbent, unwavering, as constant as the sun, as I said a few minutes ago. And you cannot make light of it, never. PVC, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, what God has done. These are 3 powerful topics that we brought together. We will not exhaust it today, but you already understand where we're coming from and where we're going to. The enemy is very, very skillful in diversionary tactics or gambit. The enemy, the opposition, the aggressor, they are very tactful. They are very, very powerful. They understand the role, the application, the implication, the advantage of sophistry in times like this. How come that Atiku is very quiet? Does it mean that P2B is more popular than Atiku? Is that what you think? Is that what you think? Maybe some of you are thinking that it is divine. Some people have begun to draw some colorations.
This, you are watching the prophecy I gave, the prophecy, very powerful prophecy I gave, or should I say prophecies that I gave on the 26th of June 2022. Some of you watching right now, you are surprised to hear these prophecies. Today, the news has shifted from P2B to Atiku. Who went to the Chicago State University to seek for the academic record of Mr. Bola Tinubu? Who? Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. Was it Mr. P2B? The answer is no. The attention is now shifting from Mr. P2B to Atiku. Fear God. Hear his voice and obey, and it shall be well with you. Don't waste time looking for any other leader apart from Nnamdi Kanu. Don't waste your time looking for politics or inclusive government or good political, how do I put it now? Good or bills at the National Assembly, the Senate, or House of Representatives that will help to industrialize the Southeast. Whatever you're looking for as an Igbo man and as a Biafran is locked up in the DSS dungeon in Abuja, Nigeria, in the person of Nnamdi Kanu. The freedom of Nnamdi Kanu is the freedom of Igbo man. The freedom of Nnamdi Kanu is the freedom of the Biafran people. If you say, oh, concern me, I'm going about my lawful business, you are not going about any of your lawful business. It is just temporal. It is a cycle. What is happening now in the Southeast will gradually catch up with everyone who is against the release of Nnamdi Kanu. Gradually. We never knew that it would get to this level. Killings and bombings and kidnappings. The Igbo land that was once a very peaceful region, the Southeast that was once a very peaceful region, has been turned into a theater of war. Some people are committing different kind of crime in the name of Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu said, Nnamdi Kanu did not say, oh, it was Nnamdi Kanu that sent me. Oh, he's for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. A lot of people are hiding that they are doing what they are doing for the Kanu. Some of them, or not all of them. Some people have hijacked. They are now capitalizing on the solitary confinement of Nnamdi Kanu to commit a lot of crime across the length and breadth of the Southeast. Houses are burnt. People are destroyed, killed. Homes are burnt and destroyed. Farmlands, marketplaces in our villages and communities are burnt down to the ground. But when Nnamdi Kanu comes out, he will speak for himself. You will now know those who he sent and those he didn't send. You know that Nnamdi Kanu is not a coward. If he is sending people to do something and he wants to announce, he will announce it. He will say it. He will. And the more he is locked away in the DSS dungeon in Nigeria, the more different groups will continue to rise. And they will continue to perpetrate all kind of heinous crime against our people across the length and breadth of the Igbo land. All in the name of, we want to release Nnamdi Kanu. We are doing it for Nnamdi Kanu. Whereas Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has disavowed them. He has disavowed them. He never sent them. Our future as a people, not as individuals, as a people, is in the DSS dungeon in Abuja, Nigeria. And today, he has appeared in the Supreme Court of Nigeria. We must continue. Continue to listen to the prophecy. Anytime there is a very important update, I won't hesitate. I will quickly bring it to the screen, to your knowledge, to your understanding. That's why we are here. Some very, very misplaced, distorted analysis, which is clearly expression of stupidity and lack of knowledge of history. These are, oh God in heaven, Chineke, help me. Help me, help me. I don't know what is wrong with the black people. Some of them, not all of them. As I was telling them about Atiku and Mr. Pitobi. In prophecy, they refuse to listen. Not exhaust it today. But you already understand where we're coming from and where we're going to. The enemy is very, very skillful in diversionary tactics or gambit. The enemy, the opposition, the aggressor, they are very tactful. They are very, very powerful. They understand the role, the application, the implication, the advantage of sophistry in times like this. How come that
Atiku is very quiet.
And I told the was to distract the attention of Biafrans from the release of Nnamdi Kanu and the United Nations judgment for his release. I told them in prophecy, I don't hate anybody. I don't. I only speak the truth the way God has put it in my mind. I don't hate P2B. I don't know him in person. I don't hate anybody. I don't speak against anybody just because of the person. I speak the truth that God has put on my mind and in my mouth. I told them that the emergence of Mr. P2B was to distract Biafrans from the release of Nnamdi Kanu. Tesi, Taizi, you are a newcomer. Your questions simply show that you are a newcomer. Maybe you are coming to this platform for the first time. It is unfortunate that you have not been following me for the past 8 years. So, for you to understand what I've been doing, you ask the question, what is your plans for, or you are just making noise on social media? Please tell me your plans to receive Nnamdi Kanu. That is, I'm going to put it here. I'm going to put it on the screen. Look at her question. I don't know whether it's a man or a woman. Tessie Tizzy. That's a question of an ignorant person. Maybe this person is watching my broadcast for the first time. So after the broadcast, go and do your research on Maxwell Nnawuihe, and you will come back and apologize. Tessie Tizzy. Tessie Tizzy. That is your name. Let me show your question again on the screen. What is your plans, or you are just making noise on social media? Please tell me your plans to receive Nnamdi Kanu. That is to release Nnamdi Kanu. It is my contribution that led to the United Nations judgment last year. Yes, it's a question that you asked, but you asked it insultingly, which is very, very wrong. Yes, it is my contribution that led to the United Nations judgment. From January 2022 to March 2022, our church was under lock and key. For your information, Tessie Tizzy. I was the only pastor that did not hold service for 3 months throughout Nigeria and throughout the whole world for Nnamdi Kanu. I'm answering your question now. You asked my plans. I was the only pastor that was nearly January for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. I was the only pastor in 2022 that was attacked 15 times because of my position and all my sacrifices and all my outspokenness. As I see me now on the screen, not all the pastors will come on screen and be doing what I'm doing now. They are scared of their lives. I was the only pastor throughout last year that stood very firmly, unequivocally, very clearly, consistently, without relenting, to speak the mind of God for the release of Nnamdi Kanu and for the Biafran people. And I was attacked 15 times. I was involved in accident, road accident, car accident, about 7 times last year. I am answering you now. Your question and your insult is on the screen, and I'm answering you. I never wanted to answer you, but it's important to answer you. We are live and direct, that others may also hear my contributions. I cannot even mention my contributions for 8 years, 8 consecutive years. And the old timers understand. I was attacked. My home was almost boggled 4 times last year. They were jumping through the fence to attack me, but God helped me to escape. Sometime I was not around. Answering your question on the screen. Tessie, Tizzy. And by extension, I am answering the questions of others. I am the only pastor that lost members. That members stopped coming to his church because he's speaking the truth. He's fighting for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. He's praying for Nnamdi Kanu in church. I was the only pastor. I was the only pastor that had been so humiliated and insulted and attacked by even the so-called Biafran people that are supposed to support Maxwell Nnawuihe. Rather, they chose to attack me. And I saw it that it is the devil, not them. The devil entered them in order for me to be discouraged. Apart from just a few of them, who are actually recognizing my immeasurable, incalculable contributions. For 3 months, just as that professor was playing before your question came in, for 3 months, from January to March 2022, our church was under lock and key. God spoke to me, in 3 months, I want to release Nnamdi Kanu. Tell Biafrans what to do. I told them what to do on the 25th of December, 2021. 99.9.5% of them refused to do it. Only half of the 1% that complied, both in Nigeria and in the diaspora. Our church was under lock and key. What was the instruction? Let everyone fast and pray. Each week in the month of January, we had 3 times for fasting and prayer. Each week in the month of February, we had 4 times for fasting and prayer. Each week in the month of March, we had 5 times for fasting and prayer. And in these fasting and prayers, no church should hold service. Just like the early disciples, early believers, early Christians, just as they did in the book of Acts chapter 12 for the release of Peter. I told them, and I told them they should stay in their homes. Call upon God. God said, do this. In 3 months, I will release Nnamdi Kanu. I didn't ask them to pay me. I didn't tell anybody to pay me. Till today, nobody will tell you that I call on them to send me money. Nobody. Nobody. Not even a soul. I am still answering the question of this young person, Tessie Tizzy. And by extension, I'm answering other people's question who may be asking, who are watching me for the first time, asking, this man of God that is talking, all these pastors, what is he even saying? What has he done for the release of Nnamdi Kanu? What is the way forward? Blah, 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 blah. I'm answering them. Within the period of the fasting and prayer, I spent 350,000 naira to buy fuel for generator, single-handedly. Apart from the support of 1 or 2 persons, some of them are watching now. 1 or 2 persons who assisted one time or the other. No other person. And I did not write to IPOB. I did not tell the DOS. I did not tell to help me in the project. I never told them. Nobody. 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 Only on one generator. As I'm broadcasting now, generator is on. It's fuel. We are buying fuel now, close to 700 naira a liter. The fuel I bought yesterday for this broadcast, only yesterday, I spent 35,000 naira to buy fuel. I am Maxwell Nnawuihe. Is the servant of God talking. I'm answering the question of Tizzy. Yesterday, I bought fuel that is worth 35,000 naira to enable me have this broadcast today until the time that the court proceeding will end. You didn't send me the money. You didn't give me the money. 3 months last year, from January to March, I spent 350,000 because within that time there was fuel scarcity. And I was almost discouraged not to broadcast because of the increment of fuel. And the Spirit of God told me to go ahead, that there's going to be a result. 350,000 for one generator. And after the broadcast and after the fasting and prayers, we are still having prayers offline, and we need generator at least to put AC, to power the AC inside the room. We don't need to open window when we are praying. We don't need to open doors when we are praying. Air condition should be on, and it require very good generator and also fuel. If I calculate all the money I spent on fuel, both on my car, going from one location to another, you can't believe it. 350,000 naira for one big generator. That big generator is around 30 liters. It's a big gen. I am still answering the question on the screen, and others are hearing. I paid people who are working with me. How much? If I spent more than 1.5 million last year for Nnamdi Kanu and for you and for our nation. I spent. Somebody helped to buy us a laptop that is close to ₦1 million. That laptop broke down. I'm not using it now. I'm using another laptop. Okay? We bought equipment. I spent money. I spent. I should have used that money to buy designer wares as a G of a church. I should have used that money to enjoy myself as a man of God. I should have used all those money to do what other men of God are doing. But I said, no, as God has spoken to me, I am not going to look at my personal comfort. Life. Do you know that both the wicked and the good people are watching me now? Do you know that? I'm still answering your question. Test it easy. I don't want to say more than this. But in the course of that fasting and prayer, the first landmark judgment was recorded at Nnawuihe. That judgment was instituted by Barrister Aloy Jimako at the Nnawuihe Federal High Court against the Nigerian government on behalf of Nnamdi Kanu. That was either on the 2nd of August, 2021. Till the fasting and prayer started, January 2022. On the 20th of January, that case was won. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu won the case. And Justice Benson Anya ruled in that landmark judgment that put it together, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu did not commit any crime. Therefore, that the Nigerian government should pay him compensation of 1 billion naira and apologize to him. That was the first landmark victory since the extraordinary rendition of Nnamdi Kanu when the fasting and prayer started. Do you think it's a coincidence? If you think it's a coincidence, then you don't know nothing about history. You don't know nothing about God. Just like the church prayed and Paul and Silas was released. Just like the church prayed, Peter was released. The church prayed. There were answers when people pray with all their heart. And remember, the church that prayed in the book of Acts chapter 12, they were all together, not one church, not one person. But in the course of that fasting and prayer, it was only our church, only me, our church, only me as a GO, fasting and praying, locking down the church. We did not hold service, no tithe and offering, no church activities. Because some people used to say, oh, all these pastors, they love tithe, they love offering. Maxwell Nnawuihe, I don't live by tithe and offering. We make the sacrifices. The church was locked down for 3 consecutive months. Your bishop did not do it. None of your pastors did it. None of your daddy GOs did it. If they did it, Nigeria would have been heading for referendum by now. For your information. All the court proceedings, we were live on air broadcasting and praying. You saw all the things that happened, which I'm not here to begin to enumerate. I'm just saying the few things I'm saying now to guide some people who may be watching my broadcast for the first time, that you may know that I've come a very long way. I don't come out to show myself. For how long you have not seen me live on air, but we have been working offline. Every week we fast and pray for Nnamdi Kanu every week, and we gather and pray online, on Zoom, not live broadcast. Some of you have been watching it, but you don't want to join. Some of you have been watching it, but you don't want to join. In February the same, when they wanted to relocate the court sitting of Nnamdi Kanu to change Justice Binta Nyako, I gave prophecy live on air in live broadcast. And at the end of the day, his court venue was not changed to the Code of Conduct Tribunal or so, at Abuja. And it was now Justice Soho, no longer Justice Benson Anya, which was a part manifestation of that prophecy. Why did it not manifest outrightly? Some people were afraid that there was the notion that they wanted to change the court venue to the northern part of the country. If not for the prayers and the prophecy. You remember on the 16th of February 2022, they didn't want to hear the case of Nnamdi Kanu. We were live on air, and Justice Binta Nyako wanted not to appear in court. She wanted not for the court to see it. It was on air. People were watching. We were praying, and we decided that she must hear the matter. And that very day, she heard the matter. I can remember one of the days we were broadcasting. They didn't want the lawyers to enter the court. It was here. I gave the prophecy live on air, and we prayed, and within 10 minutes, according to the prophecy, they allowed the lawyer to enter the court. They didn't even want Chief Michael Zekome to enter the court that very day. I gave the prophecy, and I said 10 minutes, they will be allowed to enter the court. And in 10 minutes, they were allowed to enter the court. Both Barrister Fanye Jofo and Chief Michael Zekome, they were now allowed to enter the court. I can go on and on. Mighty records, mighty miracles that God performed within those 3 months of fasting and prayers. On the last month of the fasting and prayer, as the prayer started, United Nations began to discuss about the case of Nnamdi Kanu, which gave that judgment that everybody is rejoicing today. The same United Nations that doesn't want to talk about Biafra, the same United Nations, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said it several times, that any time that the case of Biafra is mentioned, that the United Nations, whether it is any of the group that the matter was brought to, that they will walk away from the room. They don't want to talk about it. You go to the European Union, the same. If you tell them about Biafra, they don't want to talk about it. They will run away. But when the fasting and prayer started, January 2022, February 2022, March 2022, consecutively, our church never held service for 3 good months. The same United Nations sat down. They didn't run away anymore. And they were discussing the case of Nnamdi Kanu and the case of Biafra. I am going to share the screen of some of those that judgment. I have the document. I have the raw file. I have it. 114 paragraphs. I have it. They sat down. They treated it with urgency and merit. And they gave that landmark judgment that everybody is shouting about right now. I made a contribution. I made a contribution. I made sacrifices. And you know, it's not a coincidence. Between the 30th of March, the fasting and prayer, the 3 months fasting and prayer ended on the 31st of March. Between the 30th of March, before the fasting and prayer ended, the United Nations adopted and gave that judgment, which is what God told me on the 25th of December 2021. Fast and pray for me. Call upon me. Look at how to do it. 3 months I would release Nnamdi Kanu. And 99.5% of Biafrans refused to do it. Our church did it. I did it. Plus the 0.5% of the 1% that joined me to do it. God did what he said he would do. Do you think that if Biafrans had complied, even if it's 5% or 10%, that everywhere they are, they join us in that prayer, they join us, they follow the guideline? Do you think if God performed this mighty miracle, that United Nations for the first time, United Nations that never spoke for Biafra, United Nations that never spoke for Nnamdi Kanu, United Nations that never talked about anything, they were all quiet after the Civil War. They never said anything for 54 good years. But when the spiritual altar of prayer was on fire for 3 months, they spoke. You think it's coincidence? You think it's only by lawyers? You think it's only by diplomacy? Was it the first time? Nnamdi Kanu himself confessed it, that anytime they went to United Nations to talk about Biafra, they would run away. Didn't you hear it? Why is it that they didn't run away this time around? It's because a few 0.5% of the 1% of the people chose to obey God. And some of them are watching here today. They adopted and gave the judgment between the 30th of March and the 8th of April. The fasting and prayer ended. The judgment process started on the 30th of March. So God did what he promised to do. Why is it that they did not release him? The government did not comply, which is even the basis of fining or doing some or issuing an ultimatum against the Nigerian government. If there was no judgment, you cannot hold anybody accountable for not complying or obeying the judgment. The most important thing is what God said, and God did it. The judgment came. United Nations, not ECOWAS, not Nigerian court. Apart from the rulings of the Nigerian court, United Nations, not Israel, not America, not Russia, United Nations. They say release him. He has not committed any crime. And it was that very judgment of the United Nations that influenced the judgment of the appeal court on the 13th of October last year, 2022. I am still answering the question on the screen, and I'm responding to the insult with evidence and facts. Is it a coincidence? The people that were supposed to be talking about the United Nations judgment, they refused to talk about it. They refused to write it on their Facebook platforms and pages. I don't want to mention names. Both on the platforms, Radio Biafra platforms and app, IPOB app, and all that, Biafra television, they didn't shout it. They did not call the attention of the government and attention of the world to the judgment of the United Nations. Some people were trying to play politics with it because God didn't use them to do it. Some people didn't want to not be the one that will take credit. Let me not do it. I will suppress it. Nobody will talk about it. The people that claimed that they were fighting for the release of Nnamdi Kanu, the people that didn't believe that United Nations will speak in our favor, God did it in response to our obedience and sacrifices as a church, as a people. Instead of them to be happy and give glory to God and begin to shout about it and begin to write epistles with it and begin to grant interviews about it, they silenced it because the devil entered inside of them. The devil of pride, the devil of arrogance, the devil of bribery and betrayal, because they wanted Nnamdi Kanu to remain in detention so that they can be making money. I'm answering your question. Tessie, and others, they are hearing. And God spoke to me that they contracted 23 native doctors to silence the United Nations judgment. We were praying on air in our Zoom prayer meeting every Saturday. This prayer meeting has been going on for the past 2 years. This prayer meeting, I'm telling you now, every Saturday we gather and pray for Nnamdi Kanu on air, in Zoom. Apart from Zoom, both in the church, anywhere, almost every day we pray for him. But on this particular Saturday, we are praying. And God spoke to me that they contracted 23 native doctors to silence the United Nations judgment. And I said, what? No wonder that even the legal team that's supposed to be shouting about it, nobody was talking about it. People didn't even know that such a judgment had been released. It was silenced through witchcraft powers mixed with bribery and betrayal. And God said to me, go into 23 days fasting and prayer again with the church. Again, we went into fasting and prayers. And before the end of that 23 days fasting and prayer, in some time, either in April or July, the appeal court judgment that was supposed to hold in the month of November 2022 was now brought back to the 13th of October 2022. And it was in that appeal court judgment, 13th of October 2022, that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was discharged and acquitted on the basis, in the context, on the basis of the judgment of the United Nations. Today, in the United Kingdom's House of Commons, they are debating, they are discussing the United Nations judgment. They are not discussing about press release of IPOB. They are not discussing about the update, routine visit update. They are not discussing about anything, whether it is sit-at-home protest or any government anywhere. They are not discussing anything. What they are discussing is the judgment of the United Nations. Who made it happen? A few of us. I don't want to say more than this because of time. I've answered your question enough with evidence and facts. The videos are on my platform. You can see them. And by extension, any other person that thought that maybe as they're watching me for the first time, I am just coming on air to talk for the first time for whatever reason, or I'm just trying to broadcast. No. Maxwell Nnawuihe, the servant of the Most High God, the prophet of the Most High God. I am a major prophet by ranking. I have come a very long way. And by the grace of God, I will never relent. This question does not discourage me because this is 8 years. By next year, March, I would have been 9 years, 9 good years, uninterruptedly speaking for our people, speaking the mind of God and the purpose of God. We must continue. If there is any other update, I'm going to bring it to you. I'm going to bring it to you. Does it mean that P2B is more popular than Atiku? Is that what you think? Is that what you think? Maybe some of you are thinking that it is divine. Some people have begun to draw some colorations. Some very, very misplaced, distorted analysis, which is clearly expression of stupidity and lack of knowledge of history. These are, oh God in heaven, Chineke, help me. Help me, help me. I don't know what is wrong with the black people. Some of them, not all of them. And those that fail to learn from history, they are doomed. They are doomed to repeat it. They are doomed to repeat it. And if such a history is horrific, they are do such horrific experiences again. The same way I spoke to you about Idu, today the camps have fallen. Every prophecy I have given to you, everything I have told you, in time past, this very year, all the way from 2nd of January till this very moment you're hearing my voice, they are gospel. As I used to say, throw them away in the dustbin. You will go back there 3 months or 6 months or 1 year. You will go there by yourself, searching for where you threw away my message, my prophecies, with guilty conscience and regret why you threw it away. You have forgotten the wave, the tsunami that was called NSAS protest and how it collapsed. You have forgotten it because you don't have retentive memory, or because you are very, very, I don't know how to describe it. You are held spellbound by the powers of witchcraft. Witchcraft that the Nigerian government is using on almost all of you. Today you cry. Tomorrow you forgot what made you cry. Next tomorrow you go back to crying. 3 days later you forgot. The 4th day you are down again crying. The 5th day you forgot why you cried. The tsunami. NSAS, 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 NSAS revolution, NSAS, NSAS, NSAS. How did the NSAS protest ended? Did it end SARS? Rather, the protest was ended. The protest that was meant, created, initiated, engineered, pioneered to end police brutality, army brutality, SARS brutality, and all form of brutality coming from all manner of security agencies in Nigeria. The tsunami was so heavy, so tortuous. The tsunami was unmatched. Second to the street protest of IPOB during the period of incarceration of Nnamdi Kanu between 2015 and 2017. Second to it was the NSAS protest. It was a heavy tsunami that the Nigerian Meteorological Agency, in terms of political analysis or predictions, couldn't see. They couldn't see the wave coming, and the tsunami hit.
And you know why that very impact was felt across the length and breadth of Nigeria and the world? It was because Nnamdi Kanu was broadcasting and supporting them. You lack wisdom. Holy Spirit, I don't want to cry, please. I don't want to cry tonight. I don't want to cry. The momentum that NSAS protest generated and was able to be utilized or applied that made it so famous and historic was because that very voice, not noise-making voice, that very voice of the servant of the Most High, the liberator of those that are bound, Nnamdi Kanu, that very voice was behind the microphone. That was why the part one of the NSAS protest, to some extent, succeeded. Without that voice, look at what happened in the part two. Did it last up to 1 week? Without that very voice, your PVC is as useless as your short memory of Nigerian political histories are. I owe you no single apology. I know that this broadcast will make more people to hate me, as always. When I speak the truth, it hurts me. It brings more hatred, more and more. But the Lord is my strength. This very truth, I must preach it. They have diverted attention. The wave. P2B thought that, oh, he's popular now. He is speaking to attract sympathy. Even if you're a man of integrity, you don't understand the political paradigm of Nigeria. You are poor. You are a poor political history student. You don't know nothing. They invite you this television, you go there and talk. You think it's by interview. You think it's by jingles. You think, how many street protests have Nigerians seen? And they were able to suppress it. They were able to cage everybody. Millions of people protesting everywhere. The Nigerian system was able to.
I hope you are hearing the prophecy with your ears. This is for those who were not watching, who were not with me when I was broadcasting on the 26th of June, 2022. I told my audience and the whole world in prophecy that Mr. P2B doesn't understand the Nigerian political history and paradigm. I spoke as a prophet. I told him that it is not by popularity, it is not by, commanding the crowd and the attention of the world. It is about the will of God, the purpose of God for the people. What is the will of God for the people? What is the purpose of God for Igbo man? Biafra restoration. Anybody praying for Nigeria, you are wasting your time. Anybody praying for a better Nigeria, of course, after the election, it dawned on you. No hope. There is no hope for the common man. How much is fuel today? Fuel subsidy. What is electricity, the power supply? What is the road infrastructure? What is education? What is the health sector? What is going on? Is there any advancement? Is there any hope? The answer is no. The judiciary is the hope of the common man. The ballot, PVC, they made you to believe that your power is in your PVC, that your PVC is your voice. Let your voice be heard. Let your voice be heard. Go to the poll and vote. And I told you it is a lie. I told you don't ever waste your time. The time you're supposed to clamor, the time you're supposed to agitate, the time you're supposed to protest, the time that you're supposed to work very hard for the release of Nnamdi Kanu, you are now sharing it and dividing it and giving a greater percentage of it to P2B for the obedient movement and obedient movement for the securing of the presidency of the Igbo man's dreams and aspirations. I told you don't do that, that there is no hope. They said I should shut up my mouth. I am a fool. What do I know? Did I study politics? Do I know political science? What do I know? That I'm just a pastor, that my voice don't count. My opinion don't count. Today, my opinion is counting very clearly, and I can say it. I was educating Mr. P2B in prophecy. I was giving him a prophecy, but who am I? Maybe if I was his own archbishop, maybe he would have listened to me. I don't know. But unfortunately, God chooses who he wants to use, which may not be to your own fancy or your own admiration. But at the end of the day, the will of
The
God prevails.
Nigerian Meteorological Agency, in terms of political analysis or predictions, couldn't see. They couldn't see the wave coming and the tsunami hit. That made it so famous and historic. Very voice, your PVC is as useless as your short memory of Nigerian political histories are. I owe you no single apology. I know that this broadcast will make more people to hate me, as always. When I speak the truth, it hurts me. It brings more hatred, more and more. But the Lord is my strength. This very truth, I must preach it. They have diverted attention, the wave. P2B thought that, oh, he's popular now. He is speaking to attract sympathy. Even if you're a man of integrity, you don't understand the political paradigm of Nigeria. You are poor. You are a poor political history student. You don't know nothing. They invite you this television, you go there and talk. You think it's by interview, you think it's by jingles, you think how many street protests have Nigerians seen, and they were able to suppress it. They were able to cage everybody. Millions of people protesting everywhere. The Nigerian system was able to pick them, cage everybody and lock them up and put them inside the cage. And the protests.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This prophecy is even surprising me. There are other things I'm hearing today that I forgot I said them during that live broadcast. I'm so amazed. You know, because I didn't speak of myself. I spoke the mind of God. As I'm listening to this prophecy now, I am hearing, I'm having goosebumps. I'm just having them now. The prophecy was so real and authentic. As I stood to speak out, God came down. Just as you're hearing me now. Don't doubt my prophecies or messages. Don't. Do you know the type of message I should be preaching? The type of gospel I should be preaching is the commercial gospel, you know, that when I speak it, everybody will be clapping for me. Everybody will love me. Some will dash me money. The government will invite me to come and pray in the government house. They will invite me here and there. But I chose not to do that. I chose to preach the gospel of the kingdom of God the way it is supposed to be, the way God wants me to preach it. And it's making more people to hate me. Only God has been my helper. Look at prophecy. Some of you are hearing it for the first time. Some people are hearing it again. And it is still fresh. Everything I said in this prophecy happened. I told P2B that it's not by going to different media houses. And they are clapping for you, cheering you. You think you are not so popular. P. You entered Labour Party, and they say you don't have structure. All of a sudden, you saw mammoth crowd. You think it is hooray. Sound prophecy. Pastor Chris Oyekilomi prophesied that P2B will become the president at the election, after the election. Not by going to court. Reverend Dr. Mopai prayed for him and said that nobody can stand against him. Okay? Winners Chapel, Dr. David Bishop David Oyedepo. All of them endorsed Mr. P2B. Omega Fire Ministries. Apostle Johnson Suleiman, they endorsed Mr. P2B. Dunamis Church. Dr. Paul Enenche endorsed Mr. P2B. OPM, Apostle Chebozo Gift Chinyere, they endorsed Mr. P2B. A whole lot of great heavyweight prophets, in quote, men of God, okay, they endorsed Mr. P2B. I spoke as the servant of God and I said, all of these are waste of time. I spoke as a prophet. I said, all of this, you people are wasting your time. And today, Who did God speak through? Who among all of them? Among all of them that spoke. And people were clapping and sowing seed into their life for supporting Mr. Peterby. People were buying them cars. People were supporting. Many people trooped into their church to become their members because they spoke, to appease their fancy and their desires. But not authentic voice of God. I sat down here on this very little platform and I spoke as a tiny prophet. And God said, my servant, you have said my mind. And everything I said have come to pass. Everything they prophesied, all of them failed. All of their prophecies failed. All of them failed. Failed. Because the ways of God are not the ways of man. It doesn't matter the church I attend to. The way forward for Nigeria is releasing Nnamdi Kanu, let Biafra go. That is the way forward. After Israel left Egypt, Egypt did not collapse. We still have Egypt today. Thousands of years have gone by. Why are people scared of referendum? Why are they scared of Biafra becoming free? When you talk about the amalgamation of the 14th January 1914, 14th January 1914, when you talk about amalgamation, what is amalgamation? Amalgamation is bringing together various components and making them one. So, what did they bring together? What did they amalgamate? And from where? Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba. Which means they were separately existing in their different regions and indigenous lands before this time. They were on their own before this time. The Duduwas were on their own. The Hausas were on their own. The Igbos were on their own. And the Igbos were the first Republicans. The first Republicans. Very civilized, even before the white man came and introduced the formal education. They were now amalgamated. They were now brought together. So they were on their own before they were amalgamated, before they were brought together. And the amalgamation was to last for 100 years, which was by the 31st of December, 2015. They thought that the 100 years will never come. They thought it was a very long time, that before that time, the whole Igbo people, the whole Biafran people will no longer exist. And they never knew that so long as God is alive, he will be so careful and conscious to preserve his own heritage. When it was 2015, 31st of December, before that time, God moved the heart of the former president of Nigeria in the person of Dr. Goodluck Jonathan to convene a sovereign national conference. But Goodluck Jonathan didn't understand that he was being moved by divine intervention and by divine programming. For it was time to break Nigeria. It was time to separate the people that were amalgamated. But Goodluck Jonathan didn't understand it. He thought it was just political. He never knew it was divine. He never knew that he was being propelled and prompted and compelled by God to do it. Because he didn't have a good spiritual advisors who hear from God. And that sovereign national conference failed. Before you know it, IPOB emerged. Even though IPOB has been in existence, according to the United Nations judgment, IPOB was registered by Nnamdi Kanu in 2012. But we didn't hear about it. We didn't hear about Nnamdi Kanu. God was waiting to see what Jonathan will do to bring about the freedom of his people. He failed. Everything is not politics. We must understand that God is the greatest politician. God is the greatest. In politics, when it comes to the will of God, it is not something that is subject to democracy. The will of God is final, is supreme. Let my people go. He failed. Then, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, God brought him to the limelight, an IPOB. And within a short period of time, you can see all over the world, IPOB, Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, everywhere they are talking about Biafra. Not only talking about Biafra, Biafra is here. What we are waiting for is the official announcement by the instrument of referendum or any other democratic process that will be so smooth and uninterrupted, supervised by the United Nations and, of course, other parties. And you can see that the United Nations judgment portends a very bright and brilliant hope for the success of the Biafra referendum. Because already they have exonerated Nnamdi Kanu from any kind of crime or criminality. They have supported the agitation. They have supported the referendum. They have supported and recognized the existence of Biafra. What else are you looking for? What else do you want God to do? For you to wake up. You're wasting your time at the polls. I warned them on the 26th of June. Stop this nonsense. It's a distraction. The oppressor just projected Mr. P2B to distract you from Nnamdi Kanu in the dungeon. Many of them that was broadcasting about Nnamdi Kanu, all of a sudden they turned and they began to broadcast for P2B. Many of them, even some people in the top leadership positions, they were no longer talking about Nnamdi Kanu. All of them changed different names and they created fake accounts through which they were campaigning for P2B. They abandoned their favor. They abandoned their wealth. They abandoned their future in the dungeon, Nnamdi Kanu. And they were thinking it's politics, political solution. It has failed. As I told them that it will fail, and it failed. You must understand. We are still following what is going on in the court. Next update right now. I'm going to bring it. This prophecy will continue to guide you. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has a new lead lawyer. The lead counsel, according to them, is now Kanu Agabe. He's addressing the court now. I'm going to bring the screen to you. I'm going to bring that update to you. If I have any credible video, I'm going to bring it to you. I won't waste time. God is with us. I want you to obey God, that it may be well with you. Stop doubting. And the people that God has sent your way to help you as a people, as a nation, stop attacking them. The more you attack them, the more you delay the release of Nnamdi Kanu, and the more Biafra freedom is delayed. It will not do you any good. Whether you're in Nigeria or you're in the diaspora, it will not do you any good. It won't. We must work together in obedience to the will of God and allow the will of God to prevail. He knows better than all of us. You don't know better than him. If they had obeyed me last year, nobody will be talking about the Supreme Court today. Nnamdi Kanu will be outside. If they had obeyed the instruction that God gave through me, if they had complied, only 0.5% complied, and United Nations spoke in our favor, much less when 5% or 10% or 50% complied. By now, we should be talking about the Biafra referendum, not all these killings and all of that, kidnapping, burning of houses, chaos everywhere. No, we will have him outside, not in the detention. Disobedience doesn't do anybody any good. We got the information that Kanu Agabe is now the lead counsel of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I'm going to bring it to the screen. After that, we go back to this prophecy that you may know. Anything you hear, anything I tell you is gospel. Don't allow the devil to destroy our chances that God has for us as a people. The future of the Israelites was not in Egypt. It was in the land of Canaan. Moses continued to fight until they were liberated. Our future as a people is not in this mess. We are better off than this. Look at a man that is our president. Did you ever believe it? In your widest imagination, with all the whole campaign against Tinubu, with all the whole media hype, all the whole video that they were showing how his hands were shaking and everything, that at the end of the day, he will still be the president-elect. Whether you like it or not, he's the president until any other process throws him out. He is the president. He is. This is the update, please. Kanu Agabe addresses the court. Kanu Agabe. addresses the court. Kanu Agabi, we were made to know that he is now the lead counsel of the legal team. Kanu Agabi addresses the court. That is the update. He's addressing the court. We are here. We are waiting to hear what their address is. Every spirit of sleeping in Supreme Court is neutralized. Just like they were sleeping during the election petition tribunal of Mr. Peter B. Most of them were sleeping. You know why? They were under spell. They were under spell. But people like us understand what is going on. And when we stand and pray, heaven hears us. Breaking news. Kanu Agabi, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's lead counsel. So Kanu Agabi is now Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's lead counsel. This update is coming from the younger brother. Kanu Meme is not coming from me. It is coming from the younger brother of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I don't know whether it is true or not. I thought Barrister Chief Michael Zekome, son, used to be the lead counsel, while Barrister Joffo happened to be the leader of the legal team. So now we are seeing that Kanu Agabi is now the Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's lead counsel. Okay, that is the update. You can see the picture of the Supreme Court. You can see it as I'm showing you now. You can see nothing much is going on. I'm still trying to lay my hands on some video clips and all that so that you will see actually what is going on. Those of you that are not there, I'm trying to do that. As soon as I see anyone that is authentic, not old ones. Some people are making the mistake of posting old court proceeding videos, which is somehow misleading. Some of them do it in ignorance, or they do it to be relevant. But then I want to post a current video from the court. Current. So you have Kanu Agabi as the new lead counsel of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. All this grammar that they're speaking in the Supreme Court today, they wouldn't be speaking it if they comply with the direction that God gave last year. If they had worked with the United Nations judgment, all this grammar wouldn't be necessary. All these killings in the southeast wouldn't be necessary. It wouldn't have happened because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu would have been released. 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 They were playing politics. We have not given up. I was the first prophet to give prophecy in 2020 about the extraordinary rendition of Nnamdi Kanu. I gave that prophecy in 2020. I will still bring it to the screen. And it happened in 2021. I described it. I mentioned airport. I described it. The way the Spirit of God put it in my mouth. And he was kidnapped from the Nairobi airport in Kenya. Before the extraordinary rendition in the month of May, I still gave prophecy that God said that we are going to see him in a new week. And he was brought to Nigeria on the 27th. That day was on Sunday. A new week. A new week. Oh, my Lord and my God. Why has the devil blocked the ears of people from hearing the truth? If not for the prophecy and the prayers, they would have killed him at the airport or the undisclosed location where they took him to, where he was tortured for 8 good days. He was chained to the floor. They chained him. They chained him like a dog, like a madman. They chained him and was giving him only bread and water. If not for prayers and the prophecy that God gave ahead of time, and we began to pray, they would have killed him. After he was brought into Nigeria, in the month of July, I gave prophecy that they want to kill him within 52 days. I gave the prophecy that they want to kill Nnamdi Kanu within 51 days. I gave the prophecy, and they said I should shut up my mouth. Who will kill him? Nobody will kill him. I say, yes, I know, but this is the plan. They want to kill him. And they said it's a lie, that I want to be relevant. I told them, go and check my track record. They said I should close my mouth. I said, no, I won't close it. This is what God said. And before the end of 2021, they began to say it. The same people that asked me to close my mouth, they were the people shouting, oh, they want to kill Nnamdi Kanu. They want to poison him. Oh. IPOB was releasing press releases. Their intelligence was telling them, they want to kill Nnamdi Kanu. They want to poison him. They want to do this. They want to do that. Today, how is his health? Today, don't you see what is going on? His health. They have denied him access to his personal physicians. They have denied him access. Are you still in the dreamland? Are you not still following up? God spoke through me last year. Everything that God said through me, all of them were truth. All of them were truth. All of them were truth. Today, the same people that say, I'm looking for relevance. Close your mouth. What do you know? How can the government kill him? I said, no, this is what God is saying. The same people are even crying more than me today. They say there is need for surgery. There is need for this. He has not been. Blood sample was taken for 23 times. The blood samples of Nnamdi Kanu was taken for 23 times without telling him the result. And they began to raise alarm. They say he can no longer breathe. They say his ears are paining him. His heart is failing. His health is deteriorating. Even the legal team, they were not crying. But Stephen Ejiofor was crying. Everyone was crying. But Maxwell Nnawuihe was the first prophet that cried in July 2021. Look at what they want to do. And they said, don't listen to him. All these prophets, all these fake prophets. And today you know it is not just all these prophets. I spoke the will of God, the voice of God. If not for prayers, that will continue to pray. Say, God, please intervene. Forgive the ignorance of these people. Forgive their insult. Forgive their disobedience. Forgive for the sake of the very few people. Forgive and spread the love of Nnamdi Kanu. That is why today we are still talking about Nnamdi Kanu. If we close our mouth and say we will no longer pray, if we close our mouth and say, oh, all this, that insult is too much, I am telling you, it will be over. That is the current update. All this grammar at the Supreme Court is because they refuse to obey our voice last year. The United Nations judgment came. They refused until there was information that was sent to Nnamdi Kanu in the prison. Information was sent to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in the detention at the DSS headquarters. That look at the judgment has come. The United Nations has given a judgment in your favor. And nobody is talking about it. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu now gave order that the lawyers must be talking about it. And all the platforms of IPOB and Radio Biafra should be talking about the United Nations judgment. And that was when they started talking about it. That was when the mainstream media started talking about it. They were suppressing it. They didn't want him to know that the United Nations has given a judgment in his favor. These were people that were going to visit him. They refused to tell him the information because it didn't come from them. God chose the people he used to perform such a mighty work. Bruce Fein was the man. And we were in the spiritual dimension. We were there, not gossiping, not looking for money or position. No. Doing what God has asked us to do. And it paid off. If they had complied, if the people had taken it, why is it that they refuse to mention it in the court to the justice? Why is it that they have refused to mention it in the court of Justice Binta Nyako? Why is it that they refuse to mention it at the tribunal? If not the tribunal, not tribunal, the appeal court last year, by divine intervention, gave that landmark judgment, not by the intervention of the lawyers, by bringing to the fore the judgment of the United Nations in the favor of Nnamdi Kanu. They didn't bring it to the fore in the court proceedings. They didn't bring it to the fore. They were all silent. They never referred to the justice, to the United Nations judgment. They never said, my Lord, what is your take on the United Nations judgment. They didn't mention it to the justice in the court. It was after court proceeding, they will now come and do press briefing, and they will start making reference to the United Nations judgment. Mention it there inside the court, and let the judge say something about it. They didn't do it. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu commanded that everybody should be talking about the United Nations judgment. That was when they started broadcasting it. That was when they started tweeting it. That was when they started making references to it. And by that time, it was already 4 months after the judgment was given. Hypocrisy and eye service. People are lying everywhere. But the Most High God, we have his way. Nnamdi Kanu must be free. He must be released. He must be alive. He will not be released on a stretcher. He will not be released on a wheelchair. He will not be released walking with crutches. He will not be released being carried in an ambulance. No, he will be released. He will be alive. He will be well. He will be sound. He will be healthy. He will complete his assignment upon the face of the earth. He will not die on this road to the promised land. He will live a fulfilled life. As we continue to pray for him. That is the update on the screen. Kanu Agabi addresses the court. Yes, if there is any other update, I'm going to bring it to you. It is the duty of the Supreme Court to uphold that ruling that freed Nnamdi Kanu. That is another information here. It is the duty of the Supreme Court to uphold that ruling that freed Nnamdi Kanu. Which ruling is that? Number 1, the judgment of the United Nations. Number 2, the judgment of the appeal court on the 13th of October, 2022. How did it happen? Prayers. Prayers. I have explained it about 30 or 40 minutes ago. I've explained it. Prayers. Prayers. Go through my YouTube channel. You will see all the live broadcasts of the prayers throughout the 3 months from January to March in 2022. You will see all the live broadcasts, all the prayers. They are still on this platform. Every prayer we have prayed, all the live broadcasts for Nnamdi Kanu, all the instruction, all the teachings, they are all here on this YouTube channel. If you have not subscribed to this channel, it is important you do so. When you subscribe, click on the notification button so that anytime content is uploaded to this platform, there's a broadcast or whatever it is, you will get the notification. Follow my page on Facebook, Maxwell Nnawuihe. Follow that page. Follow me on Twitter. Follow me on Twitter at Maxwell Nnawuihe. It is important. You will find the truth you are looking for on this platform, unadulterated, not to make anybody happy, but to make God happy and to make our lives better as God's people. You will find the truth on this platform. I will not deceive you. Forget about the noisemakers. They don't have nothing. The only person that commands the attention of the world is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and the world understands it better. I am going to share with you what the House of Commons said in Britain. I'm going to bring it to the screen. The discussion that was held in the House of Commons was in response to the United Nations judgment, not to any press release, not to any propaganda, not to any other thing, but the United Nations judgment, because that is the end of the case of Nnamdi Kanu. Not even the appeal court. The case ended since last year. Whatever they are doing in the appeal court is a waste of time. It's a waste of time. Whatever they are doing in the Supreme Court is just formality. The legal team supposed to boycott the court. The legal team supposed to boycott the court. They are supposed to continue to press home that the government must comply with the United Nations order or comply with the appeal court order. No other proceeding. That was what the appeal court said. You are seeing it on the screen. It is the duty of the Supreme Court to uphold that ruling that freed Nnamdi Kanu. What was the ruling that freed him? The United Nations judgment number 1, between the 30th of March and the 8th of April 2022. Number two, the appeal court judgment on the 13th of October 2022. We can also add, even though that one is a state court, but it is a federal court sitting at Omahia, the judgment of Justice Benson Anya on the 20th of January 2022. These are three powerful landmark judgments in the favor of Nnamdi Kanu. It is the duty of the Supreme Court to uphold the ruling. Very important. They must do it. Whether they like it or not, they must leave him. They must. There is no contemplation. What if? What if it's a lie? They must. They have no choice. They must. And Nnamdi Kanu, they must release him. They must. That is the update. I continue to look for other updates. If they come to me, I will bring them to you. If they come to me, I will bring them to you without wasting time. Let's see if there's any video. I don't know whether there is media blackout today. The platforms that are supposed to stream the court, they are not there. That is why we want to expand what we're doing so that in times like this, we will not depend anybody. We will not depend on any group or anybody. We will be there live to bring the information firsthand to you. Bring it to you. We must continue. We must continue with the prophecy. Very important. If there is any update, I'm going to bring it to you, as I've always done. Breaking news. This is breaking news. Court adjourns on 15th of December for judgment. Court adjourns 15th of December for judgment. Supreme Court adjourns 15th of December for judgment. This is the breaking news, as we have heard. That is it. When you employ a lawyer to free somebody and the lawyer cannot be able to do it, what do you do? What do you do? They continue to play politics with the life of Nnamdi Kanu, with the health of Nnamdi Kanu, with the freedom of Nnamdi Kanu. They continue to battle. Who is the leader? Who is in charge? Who is not in charge? Who should the people listen to? And Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is in the DSS dungeon in Abuja, Nigeria. If you continue to disobey the voice of the servant of God, if you continue to stand in the way of those that God has appointed to release Nnamdi Kanu, to free Nnamdi Kanu, the curse will be upon you. Every effort that God has asked me to embark upon had yielded monumental results that eyes can see. That eyes can see. But the people you pay, but the people that you claim that they represent you, but the people you claim that they have the final say, what result have they produced? The highest result so far is the judgment of the United Nations. The highest. Since the extraordinary rendition of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and the IPOB movement, since IPOB began, since Mazi Nnamdi Kanu began to lead IPOB, to lead Biafrans to freedom, the highest result so far, the highest, that commands global credibility and legitimacy, is the United Nations judgment. Take it or leave it. That the hope of the Biafra man today, that the hope of the Igbo man today, that the hope of every IPOB, whether you're an IPOB member or you're the IPOB principal officer, whatever position you occupy in IPOB, whoever you are, your hope today that you are still talking about Biafra, that you are still talking about the release of Nnamdi Kanu, that you still have the hope, that you still have that someday Biafra, that you are doing so is because the United Nations has spoken in your favor. United Nations has spoken in the favor of Nnamdi Kanu. United Nations has given a judgment that Nnamdi Kanu is not a terrorist. United Nations has given a judgment that IPOB is not a terrorist organization. United Nations has given a judgment that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is calling for the referendum of Biafrans to be free from Nigeria. That is the only hope you have. If the United Nations has spoken against you, United Nations has given according to the will of the oppressor, according to the will and the plans of Britain, according to the will and the plans of Nigeria, according to the will of those that hate you. If the United Nations has opened their mouth and say Nnamdi Kanu is a terrorist, IPOB is a terrorist organization, oh, don't release him, kill him, destroy him. If United Nations has given a judgment that is not in your favor, that will be the end of agitation. That will be the end of it. That will be the end of it. And wherever you are all over the world, wherever IPOB is registered all over the world, they cannot be safe. They cannot carry out their activities for the restoration of Biafra without any challenge, without any opposition, without any arrest. They will be arrested, they will be detained, they will be suppressed in different foreign countries. Because United Nations said that they are a terrorist organization, because United Nations has spoken in condemnation of their activities. So God decided to use the United Nations to speak in the favor of Nnamdi Kanu, to speak in the favor of Biafrans, and that is the hope you have today. How did it happen? Prayers. In collaboration with legal effort. Who went to the United Nations? Bruce Fein. Who went to the United Nations? Bruce Fein. Who went there? Who was the source that the United Nations made references to? I am going to bring that judgment to the screen very soon, that you may see the people you are supposed to support, the people you are supposed to obey, the people you are supposed to listen to, those that God has raised to fight for you, to bring you out of your pain and your slavery, to release Nnamdi Kanu. That they don't want you to support, they don't want you to obey, they don't want you to follow, they don't want you to cooperate with. They want you to distance yourself from them, because these people are those that God has given all it takes to make it a reality. Look at all the things they've been doing in the court. Without the prayers, the previous court victories wouldn't have been recorded in Nigeria. Take it to heaven and bring it down is the truth. Without the prayers. It was when the prayer started, January, Federal High Court, Nnawuihe, victory came. Prayers, United Nations, victory came. Appeal Court, 13th October 2022, victory came. Prayers, not noise. Not press release. All of those things are good. Everybody play your own role. Okay? But don't suppress the people that are the arrowhead. The people that God has put at the forefront. The people that God has put in critical positions to stand and to speak out for the release of Nnamdi Kanu and the Biafra restoration. That is the breaking news. Court adjourns 15th of December for judgment. During the time of the election petition tribunal of Mr. P2B, they say, all eyes on judiciary, all eyes on judiciary, all eyes. You think they pay attention to your media, you think they pay attention to all your talk, you think that they pay attention to all your broadcast, you think that they pay attention to all whatever it is. They don't give a damn, because that is how Nigeria was structured. That is the foundation. If you must correct anything, you must go to the foundation. And the foundation is spiritual, not physical, not political. If you like, bring heaven, bring angel from heaven to rule Nigeria. Nigeria can never be better, because it's foundational. It is spiritual. It cannot. Even in the days of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, some didn't believe in him. They rejected him because it is moral spiritual. They were blinded spiritually. John chapter 16, verse 19. That is the ruling of today. Court adjourns 15th of December for judgment. And the lawyers will come back and they will continue to write update. That is it. What a mess. What a mess. What a mess. The United Nations judgment took how many months? And the judgment came. A whole United Nations. But look at a domestic court. A domestic court. Look at 2 years. No judgment. 2 years. In the space of 4 months. With space of 4 months. United Nations. What a mighty God we serve. What a mighty God we serve. What a mighty God. No other update. None. That is the breaking news on the screen. You can see it. Court has adjourned to the 15th of December for judgment. What will be the judgment? Remove prayer. Continue to abuse us. Continue to insult us. Wake up and embrace God. Wake up. Know that this matter is spiritual. Not political, not legal. Not political, not legal. It is spiritual. The lawyers will continue to speak grammar even until 2024. Nothing will happen. The lawyers will continue to wear wig and go to court till 2024, till 2025. Nothing will happen without prayers. Try it now, careful. Life and direct. It is prayers. Let the lawyers begin to protest for the United Nations judgment to be complied with by the Nigerian government. Not all this adjournment, press release, press briefing. What are they? Let me see if they are giving any press briefing now. You will hear the same rhetorics. You will hear it. Let us see whether there is any press briefing. I'm waiting. I believe there's going to be press briefing. Let us hang in for their press briefing so that we can hear what they have to say. Pathetic. God used us and Bruce Fine. Did you know how they fought against Bruce Fine? Did you know? They fought against Bruce Fine. They don't want him to see Nnamdi Kanu in Nigeria. He flew from United States of America 5 good times. 5. They refused to allow him to see Nnamdi Kanu. Who paid for his flight ticket? The IPOB Biafran Women Group. They paid. Not IPOB. They paid. Who sponsored all the process for the United Nations judgment? They sponsored them and others. Very few of them. The judgment came in the favor of our nation and our generation. But people, out of greed, jealousy, and envy, they decided to suppress the United Nations judgment. Until today, they are still speaking grammar in the Nigerian court. They are preparing for press briefing. I am going to bring it to you. I will bring it to you. They are preparing. BBC News Pidgin. I'm going to bring it to you. I'm bringing it now.
Make I just summarize the main point. The main point we say federal government council Tijani Ghazali tell court say make court strike out the judgment wey appeal court give. They also tell court say make court order say make Nnamdi Kanu go back to federal high court to continue in trial. While late counsel for Nnamdi Kanu tell court say make court uphold the appeal court judgment wey free Nnamdi Kanu from criminal charges and we also describe in detention as illegal. So country people, now to December 15, we will come back again to come hear the final judgment of the matter. We thank all now on our day with us for this Facebook Live and they follow all our updates for our website and all our social media platforms. And we go continue.
You heard what a BBC pigeon said. Did you know that BBC pigeon, they refused to intentionally go on live coverage? They refused, so that people will not be aware of the court case of Nnamdi Kanu at the Supreme Court. It was after this stupid adjournment was given that BBC Pigeon decided to go live to tell you the rubbish and to laugh at you. It is called news blackout, media blackout. There is no hope for the Igbo man. There is no hope for Nnamdi Kanu without prayers. Oh man, keep on trying it. You think that maybe we want you to love us because I'm a pastor. I want you to always listen to me. He's a pastor now. What will a pastor do if not to pray? It's beyond that. It is beyond that. It is very, very much more than that. Let me see if there is any press briefing. I'm interested in the press briefing. I am interested in the press briefing. Let us hear what the lawyers has to say. Let them talk to us. Let them talk to us. Or have they finished talking? Or did they not give press briefing? BBC only showed you when they were preparing to give a press briefing, but they didn't cover the press briefing. How about fool? Till 15th of December. Till 15th of December. Odiego. Odiego, Odiego. Our people didn't know their time. United Nations judgment was your time. Continue to run up and down. The United Nations judgment is your hope. If you like, take what I'm saying as usual. If you like, throw it away. Next year, I may come back on this platform and remind you today's broadcast. Let the lawyers make strict emphasis on the United Nations judgment. It doesn't matter how many people you change us in the legal team. Before, it was Barrister Fanya Jaffa that was the lead counsel. They changed him to Chief Michael Zekome, San, S-A-N, as the lead counsel, not the leader of the legal team. Barrister Fanya Jaffa is the leader of the legal team, yes. They brought in Chief Michael Zekome. How far? Now they have brought in another person. Agabe Kano. He's now, it's not in how many lawyers, it's not in how many people, son, you change as the lead counsel, whatever. It is in the divine, in the spiritual. It is in the spiritual. If you miss it in the spiritual, you will continue to rigmarole without making a headway. Let me see if there is more update. That's why we're here. If there is more update, BBC, please, out of my bar, out. Let's see if there is press release. ₦1,000 fuel with a 5-time brain. That even if the broadcast will take 4 hours, we'll be here. Let's see if there's any other update from anywhere. The mother Nabazi also an update. My Lord and my God. The mother Nabazi also an update. Adiego. Adiego. Onya Fozeri. Let me see if Barrister Fanya Jaffa has a press briefing on his platform. Why doing that? I want to bring the United Nations judgment to the screen. I want to bring it to the screen. I want to bring it to the screen. First of all, I'm going to bring the letter that confirmed who went to the United Nations to secure the judgment. I'm going to bring that very letter to you. I want to bring it. It's Bruce Fine. Bruce Fein, the international attorney of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and the IPOB. I want to bring it to you, the letter. Let me bring it. I'm still searching for a possible press briefing. I'm still searching for it. If you can still hear me, please confirm immediately. I'm bringing to you the United Nations. I am bringing it to you live and direct. I am bringing it to you that you may understand it. I am bringing it to you. Let me see if I can have this. Let me bring it. Very important. Time is very important. If you miss your time as a people, the devil is going to laugh and make a lot of fun of you. Let me bring to the screen right now. Can you see it? Can you see it? I want to bring it very close. That is United Nations. You're going to see it now. The judgment that freed Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from the United Nations. Now look at it. United Nations, United Nations Human Rights Special Procedures, Special Rapporteur, Independent Expert, and Working Groups. Look at the address here. You can see the address. You can see the address. Okay. Working Group on Arbitrary Detention. Working Group on Arbitrary Detention. July 2022. 22nd July 2022. 22nd July 2022. You see all this grammar they are speaking in the court. God has settled the matter at the United Nations last year between the 30th of March 2022 and the 8th of April 2022. But they failed to continue to make reference to it, and the government capitalized on that and continued to make jest of Biafrans. Dear Mr. Fein, dear Mr. Fein, are you seeing it there? Dear Mr. Fein, that is Bruce Fein. It was Bruce Fein that went to the United Nations. Bruce Fein. That is the truth. Read the letter now. I would like to refer to the 93rd session of the Working Group on Arbitrary Detention, during which the Working Group adopted several opinions in cases of deprivation of liberty submitted to it. The next paragraph. In accordance with paragraph 18 of the Working Group's revised methods of work, I am sending to you, to who? To Bruce Fein. To Bruce Fein. I am sending to you, attached herewith, the text of opinion number 25/2022, Kenya and Nigeria adopted on 4th April 2022 regarding a case you submitted. Regarding a case you submitted. Who submitted the case about Nnamdi Kanu? Who submitted the case to the United Nations about Biafra? Who submitted that case? Bruce Fein. Bruce Fein, the international attorney of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB, who went to the United Nations. That the United Nations gave the judgment. Bruce Fein. And they want you to fight against him. And they want you not to listen to him. And they want you to criticize him. And they want you, that anybody that is supporting the truth and standing for the truth, want them to be crucified. God, you that's in Nigeria, continue to do your own work. If you can hear me, please confirm. If you can hear me, if you can hear me, go ahead and confirm it. It was Bruce Fine. Regarding a case you submitted, he went there on our behalf, and God answered the prayer, and the United Nations gave judgment. Bruce Fine. We must continue. In conformity with its reversed method of works, the working group transmits its opinion to the source of the petition 48 hours after having transmitted it to the relevant government. Next paragraph. This opinion will be published on the website of the working group and reflected in its annual report to the Human Rights Council. In the meanwhile, we would encourage you to treat the information given to you by the working group on this matter with discretion. You can see the name of the person that signed it, the secretary. Who did they send it to? Mr. Fine, Mr. Fine, Bruce Fine, Bruce Fine. And you remember when some people were fighting against Bruce Fine, trying to raise some emotional issues, that Biafrans will no longer support him, that we may lose what God has planned for us. And Mazi Nnamdi Kanu sent a message across and said that Bruce Fine remains his international attorney. If they had worked very hard, if they had spoken about the United Nations judgment early enough, by today, we will not be talking about the adjournment of the Supreme Court judgment to the 15th of December 2023. Last year, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu would be a free man long ago. I am going to still bring to you the main document of the United Nations. You will see what the United Nations said. You will see it with your eyes. For those of you that have not seen it before, you have been hearing about the United Nations judgment. It is 114 paragraph document. I will only pick one or two things from the paragraph 30 and other paragraphs. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to bring it to the screen right now. I am still waiting for press briefing. I am still waiting for press briefing to see if the lawyers are given any press briefing. I want to know if they are still giving any press briefing. Let's hear what they have to say. Because if I don't bring it to the screen, the broadcast is not complete, except in a situation whereby they refuse to give press briefing, or I have not seen the press briefing. If I say it, I must bring it to the screen. That is why I am here. Let me bring to the screen the main document on the United Nations judgment. The main document, I'm going to bring it. But it is very clear to you that the United Nations judgment we're talking about today, who went to the United Nations? Bruce Fein. He is the one that went to the United Nations as the international attorney. And we backed up with prayers. And God answered. And the judgment came in our favor. And some people said no. Even those that are claiming to release Nnamdi Kanu, even though they claim that they are fighting for him. Bruce Fein, dear Mr. Fein. So he's the one that wrote the letter. He's the one that went to the United Nations. And he is the one that God used. At the legal front, he's the one. Spiritual, we are the one. Financial, a few people. Madam Bridget and a few others. They are the ones that worked, contributed, made immense contributions. Dr. Remy, Dede Maxwell, Beatrice Okezie, Reverend Father Augustine de Magua, and a whole lot of others. They worked very tirelessly. And the victory came. Bruce Fein is the one that submitted it. Now look at what they said. In accordance with paragraph 18 of the working group's revised method of work, I am sending to you, to who? To Bruce Fein. I am sending to you, attached herewith, the text of opinion number 25/2022, Kenya and Nigeria adopted on 4th April 2022 regarding a case you submitted. Period. God answered a prayer last year, completely and totally. Now, I'm going to end the screen to bring the next screen. I'm going to end it now to bring the next one. Okay? This is, the next is coming. Let me bring the main document to you. Look at it. The United Nations judgment. Advanced unedited version. Advanced unedited version. This one was not edited. Look at it. District General, 20th July 2022, original English. That is the United Nations judgment. Look at it. Human Rights Council, Working Group on Arbitrary Detention. Have you seen it? It's authentic. Authentic. That is the United Nations judgment that Bruce Fein, through the help of God, was able to secure for us, alongside those that worked with him. Not DOS, not any other group. That's how God works sometimes. Everybody have their duty to do. As you're playing your own role, the other people are playing their own role. We will not have the same result. We will have different results. And when we now bring all these different results together, it will now give us the overall result, which is the release of Nnamdi Kanu and Biafra restoration. Now look at it. Opinion adopted by the working group on arbitrary detention at its 93rd session, 30th March to 8th April 2022. From the 30th March to April 8, 2022. Our fasting and prayer ended on the 31st March, 2022. Before that prayer ended, they adopted the opinion. They gave the judgment. There is no contradiction to it. It is the handwork of God. Nobody can take the glory of God. It is the handwork of God. God did it. Opinion number 22/2022 concerning Mr. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Nigeria and Kenya. Now look at the first paragraph. The working group on arbitrary detention was established in Resolution 1991/42 of the Commission on Human Rights. In its Resolution 1997/50, the Commission extended and clarified the mandate of the working group pursuant to General Assembly Resolution 60/21/251 and Human Rights Council Decision 1/102, the Council assumed the mandate of the Commission. The Council most recently extended the mandate of the working group for a 3-year period in its resolution 42/22. Now, the second paragraph. In accordance with its method of work, on 30 December 2021, the working group transmitted to the government of Nigeria and Kenya a communication concerning Mr. Nnamdi Kanu. The government of Nigeria replied to the communication on 25th January 2022, while the government of Kenya did not reply. Both states are parties to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Now, look at the paragraph 3. Paragraph 3. The working group regards deprivation of liberty as arbitrary in the following cases. A, when it is clearly impossible to invoke any legal basis justifying the deprivation of liberty, as when a person is kept in detention after the completion of his or her sentence or despite an amnesty law applicable to him or her, category 1. B, when the deprivation of liberty results from the exercise of rights or freedoms guaranteed by Articles 7, 13, 14, 18, 19, 20, and 21 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and insofar as states parties are concerned by Articles 12, 18, 19, 21, 22, 25, 26, and 27 of the Covenant, category 2. Now look at C. When the total or partial non-observance of the international norms relating to the right to a fair trial established in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and in the relevant international instruments accepted by the states concerned is of such gravity as to give the deprivation of liberty an arbitrary character, category 3. Now look at D. When asylum seekers, immigrants, or refugees are subjected to prolonged administrative custody without the possibility of administrative or judicial review or remedy, category 4. Now, this other category is not for this case. Now, I am jumping to paragraph 30. I am jumping. You can see it was a very well detailed document. It was not concocted. It's not photoshopped. It is not fake. It is not propaganda. It is real. God did it last year. Look at the paragraph 30, which is the decision. From here now, the United Nations made their decision in that judgment. I am bringing it to you now, that you people may know the mighty work that God did last year. That you may know the mighty works that God used us to do, which the betrayers and the saboteurs did not allow many people to know. And they have gone to the Supreme Court again today. It has ended in grammar. And I'm still telling you, if you continue to hope on them alone, without listening, without following, without prayers, without God, you are wasting your time, as I've told you several times. And you're seeing it today. Decision. Now, I want you to read. Read by yourself. Look at the screen. I have selected from decision to the paragraph 30. Are you seeing it? Read it. You can see what they said. Read. That you may understand that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu does not have any case anywhere again in the whole world. No case to answer. Look at it. Look at it. You will see a powerful judgment. This judgment has cleared the way for the referendum of Biafra, if you don't know it. If you don't know it. if you don't know it. I will also show you where this judgment mentioned Biafra referendum. You're going to see it. Which means they recognize the Biafra referendum. Now, the working group has in its jurisprudence established the ways in which it deals with evidentiary issues. If the source has established a prima facie case for breach of international law constituting arbitrary detention, the burden of proof should be understood to rest upon the government if it wishes to refute the allegations. Mere assertions by the government that lawful procedures have been followed are not sufficient to rebut the source's allegation. Who is the source here now? The source is Bruce Fein. In the present case, the government of Kenya has opted not to challenge the prima facie credible allegations made by the source, while the government of Nigeria has only stated that since the case is ongoing in national courts, any reaction by the federal government of Nigeria will be unconscionable. Now, look at the paragraph 31. Paragraph 31 reads, noting that the allegations submitted by the source concern two governments, the working group shall proceed to examine these separately. A. Allegation in relation to Kenya. Allegation in relation to Kenya. Look at the paragraph 32 now. In absence of a response from the government of Kenya, the working group has decided to render the present opinion in conformity with paragraph 15 of its method of working group. Paragraph 33. The working group shall consider whether the arrest and detention of Mr. Kanu by the government of Kenya amounted to arbitrary detention within any of the categories recognized in the working group's methods of the working group. Now, category 1. Now, look at the paragraph 34. The source has submitted. Remember, anytime you see source in this document, they are referring to the person that wrote the letter, the person that approved the United Nations, the person, and that person is Bruce Fein. Don't forget it. Don't forget it. We read again, paragraph 34. The source has submitted and the government has chosen not to contest that when Mr. Kanu was arrested at the Nairobi airport by Kenyan security forces on 19th June 2021, he was swiftly taken to an undisclosed and unknown location, which was not a police station or any of the conventional Kenyan security detention facilities, and was subjected to 8 days of severe torture and ill treatment before he was extraordinarily renditioned to Abuja, Nigeria, on or about 29th June 2021. Paragraph 35. The source submitted that Mr. Kanu is a British citizen who was lawfully present in Kenya. What is clear from the source's narration is that no arrest warrant was produced to Mr. Kanu at the time of his arrest, and Kenyan authorities did not explain to him the reasons for his arrest. The working group is mindful that the government has chosen not to contest any of these allegations, although it had the opportunity to do so. Why did the government not contest against what Bruce Fein submitted to the United Nations? It's because it is incontestable. It is because it's the truth. It's because they abducted Nnamdi Kanu. It is because they broke the law. Now, I want you to read the paragraph 36. Read it. This is the paragraph 36. Read it. I hope you are seeing it. I hope that you are reading by yourself a great and mighty judgment that God gave to us through the United Nations. That if our people had worked very hard to support the people that made this judgment possible, that today we will not be talking about the adjournment of the case of Nnamdi Kanu to the 15th of December. By last year, as soon as this judgment came, if they allowed it to be broadcasted on the Biafran television, they allowed it to be broadcasted on the Biafra radio, they allowed it to be broadcasted everywhere, the government of Nigeria would have been held they would have been held in their jugular to comply with the judgment of the United Nations. The United Nations were expecting us to rise up as a people. But those that are supposed to steer the mind of the people, to bring it to the knowledge of the world, to bring it to the attention of our people, they were the ones suppressing the United Nations judgment. They were the ones sitting in different leadership positions. I am not talking about the politicians. I'm not talking about the politicians. It was the same people that claimed that they want to release Nnamdi Kanu. They were the people that the devil used, most of them, to suppress the United Nations judgment. And when the government now saw it, they now collaborated and paid 23 witch doctors to cast a spell over that judgment that nobody will hear it. But through our 23 days fasting and prayers, the spell was broken. And Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was now discharged and acquitted at the appeal court, 13th of October last year. If they had complied, if they had brought it, if they had been singing about it, it was because it was Bruce Fenn that went to the United Nations. How wish he's the other lawyer? How is it your business? You pray to God and you say, help us and release our leader. And God decided to use the people he wanted to use. While you are doing other things that are important, there are other people that should be doing other things as well. You cannot be everywhere. You can't be everywhere. It is a division of labor. Where God wants you to work, stay there and produce your own result. Where God wants the other person to work, let him stay there and produce his or her own result. At the end, you bring all the results together and it will give us a corporate result. Is it not the release of Nnamdi Kanu and the Biafra restoration? They fought against Bruce Fenn. Paragraph 36. The working group has consistently stated that for a deprivation of liberty to have a legal basis, the authorities must invoke that legal basis and apply it to the circumstances of the case through an arrest warrant. Stated differently, international law on detention includes the right to be presented with an arrest warrant in cases that do not involve arrests made in flagranta delicto. To ensure the objectivity of the arrest process, it is also required that the decision on whether the arrest is warranted be taken by an outside authority, that is, a competent, independent, and impartial judicial authority. This is procedurally inherent in the right to personal liberty and security and the prohibition of arbitrary deprivation under Article 3 and 9 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 9 of the Covenant, and Principles 2, 4, and 10 of the body of the principles for the protection of all persons under any form of detention or imprisonment, the body of principles. Look at the paragraph 37. The working group is mindful that Article 9, subsection 2 of the Covenant requires that anyone who is arrested is not only informed of the reasons for the arrest, but also completely or promptly informed of any charges against them, as explained by the Human Rights Committee in its general comment number 35. The obligation encapsulated in Article 9, subsection 2 has two elements. Information about the reasons for the arrest must be provided immediately upon arrest, and there must be prompt information about the charges provided thereafter. Failure to do so violates Article 9 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 9 of the Covenant, and Principle 10 of the body of principles, and renders the person's arrest devoid of any legal basis. Now, I want you to read the paragraph 38. Read it. I'm here. Read it. Go on. Yeah. Consequently, Mr. Kanu's arrest without any arrest warrant, and with no explanation as to the reasons for his arrest, violated his rights under the Article 9 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 9 of the Covenant and Principle 2, 4, 10, and 36, subsection 2 of the Body of Principles. Did you see that? What a judgment. United Nations is not ECOWAS. This is not ECOWAS talking. You see this judgment, it is God used it to clear the way for the Biafra referendum. Some people don't even understand it. When we make reference to the United Nations judgment, they don't know the weight of this judgment. This thing we are reading here today, they don't know the weight of it. And the lawyers know the weight of it. Nnamdi Kanu supposed not even to. I will show you in this judgment where the say that, given the circumstances, by the evidence, Nnamdi Kanu should not even have been arrested. Talk less to be kidnapped. Talk less of to be detained, and talk less of to be tried. Talk less of to go to court. I will show you. Be patient. I will show you. We are here to do justice to that. I'm going to show it to you. That Nnamdi Kanu, there is nothing like a court hearing, this, that. Based on the evidence. That is the judgment of the United Nations. That they don't want you to hear. That they don't want you to know. I am bringing it to your knowledge once again today. If you have not heard about it, if you have not read it, it is authentic. It is not fabricated. I will show you. It was Bruce Fein. They want you to fight him. They want you to attack him. And you're attacking somebody that God used to save us. Because it didn't come from the angle that they want. Nobody is God. Only God decides to answer prayer the way he wants. All you need is solution. Is it not? Genuine one. Lasting one. Look at the paragraph 39. Look at it. This is that United Nations judgment that many of you don't know. After, I am going to check if there is any update, press briefing from the legal team. I don't know whether they did not give press briefing today. I don't know. If I see it, I'm going to bring it to you before I end this broadcast. And this broadcast is going to end very, very soon. But before I end it, I must bring to you where the United Nations judgment said that Nnamdi Kanu was not supposed to be arrested, talk less of to be kidnapped, much less to be detained, much less to be tried in a court. I will read it to you. You will read it by yourself. And you will see that whatever is going on at the appeal court is a waste of time. Whatever is going on at the Supreme Court is just hopeless and useless. It's not supposed to be. The lawyers should do their work. The lawyers should begin to talk about the United Nations judgment. They should say it in the court. Not to be blowing grammar and making whatever, citing different laws and authorities. Legal maxims. It's a waste of time. Furthermore, following his arrest, Mr. Kanu was reportedly taken to an undisclosed and unknown location, which was not a police station or any of the conventional security detention facilities of Kenya, where he remained for 8 days. For 8 days. Before he was transferred to Nigeria. No family members or lawyers knew about his location, nor could they assess him. While so detained, he was allegedly tortured and ill-treated. The working group once again notes the failure of the government of Kenya to address these allegations. They could not address the allegations because it is the truth. And God decided to shut up their mouth so that they will not lie. Paragraph 40. The working group considers that following his arrest on 19th June 2021, Mr. Kanu was subjected to enforced disappearance as he was taken to and held at an undisclosed location, and his whereabouts were unknown. He remained forcibly disappeared throughout his extraordinary rendition to Nigeria, in violation of Mr. Kanu's rights under Article 9, subsection 1 of the Covenant. The working group recalls that enforced disappearances are prohibited, are prohibited, are prohibited, are prohibited by international law and constitute a particularly aggravated form of arbitrary detention. Judgment. Paragraph 41. Moreover, recalling the uncontested allegations that Mr. Kanu was taken to a secret location, the working group reiterates that holding persons at secret, undisclosed locations and in circumstances undisclosed to the person's family and lawyers, as was the case with Mr. Kanu, They are saying that this is exactly what they did to Nnamdi Kanu. Now, what does it mean? It violates their right to contest the legality of detention before a court or tribunal. Under Article 9, subsection 4 of the Covenant, it entails willful refusal to disclose the fate or whereabouts of the person concerned or to acknowledge their detention. This lacks valid legal basis under any circumstance. Judicial oversight of any detention is a central safeguard for personal liberty and is critical in ensuring that detention has a legitimate basis. So they are trying to say that the detention of Nnamdi Kanu does not have any legitimate basis. That is the judgment of the United Nations. The United Nations, that people say, oh, what have they said? What has the United Nations said? Up to now, some people didn't know this judgment. Up to now, they don't know it. That the United Nations has spoken. That God opened their mouth very wide and they spoke. We continue. In the circumstances attending the detention of Mr. Kanu at an unknown location, the working group finds that his right to an effective remedy under Article 8 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and Article 2, subsection 3 of the Covenant were violated. He was also placed outside the protection of the law in violation of his right to be recognized as a person before the law under Article 6 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and Article 16 of the Covenant. Now, I am going to skip a lot of things now, so that because I have a very serious, somebody is trying to reach me from the US, somebody very, very important, one of our illustrious sons, one of the people that made this judgment a reality. And I must attend to him. Very, very soon, I am going to go on break, but I'm not going on break now. I am not going on break now, but very soon, I'm looking for that very paragraph where they told us that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was not even supposed to be arrested or abducted or detained or tried in any court, given the circumstance and evidence submitted by Bruce Fine. I'm bringing it. Now, I'm looking for it now. I think that should be under the category 2. Now, moreover, look at the paragraph 49. I want you to read this paragraph 49. Paragraph 49 and paragraph 50. I want you to read it. Read it. Just read it. It's like there is a live briefing. Let me see what is on this screen now. Let me see. There is briefing now by Barrister Fanyejofo. Let me bring it to the screen. I will come back to this very document. Hang in there, please. Don't go. Hang in there. Watch the live briefing, then we will come back to this very United Nations judgment. I remember Pastor Maxwell Nnawuihe. I'm bringing the live briefing now. I'm bringing it. After the live briefing, we will come back to this judgment that you may know that God is with us. You will not give up. You will continue to stand for Nnamdi Kanu until he comes. They won't kill him. We are still praying. He will come out. Biafra shall be restored. I am bringing to you now the live briefing by Barrister Ifeanyi Ejiofor. Let's hear what he has to say. It's live. It's live.
So it's also important to emphasize because to clarify because before now we have two pending applications before the court, which is application for bail, and second one is application for transfer to prison. So and you are aware the matter was coming up today for hearing of the main appeal. So the lead counsel and the silk was on the view, which is the correct position of the law, that they don't want to entertain any application that will delay the proceedings of today. Because if they had mentioned that any of the application, this appeal will not be had, and it will work gravely against the interests of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. So they prefer to go with the main appeal, which is right for hearing, and which will take care of many issues we raised on those applications. So having been heard and adjourned for judgment, they apply for those applications to be withdrawn. So and now the coast is clear. Also, the second appeal that has to do with our appeal against the other state execution of judgment of the Court of Appeal was probably the court directed that it should be abide by the judgment of the court of this court, by somewhat consolidated. So the judgment on both will be delivered on December 15. So that's what simply happened in court today, and we thank God that most importantly the appeal was heard today because we had issue with dates. Of course, we are aware that the matter was originally adjourned to 14th of September for hearing before it fall within the period of Spring Court vacation. So it became an issue getting a fresh date. So which Professor Michael Zekome did everything humanly possible to ensure that this date is given to us. So and I commend him and also commend the team who work assiduously to ensure that we give the best for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in particular and Biafrans in general. So today is a very wonderful day. The legal hostilities ended today in court, so awaiting judgment. So we have to go back and start praying. We have done our own part as lawyers. So also very important to observe that Chief Kanu Agabi saying that came in, commended the team led by Chief Michael Zekome for excellent work done so far, particularly the judgment of the Court of Appeal, which he said he read in between line and they were excellent. So they commended us and also encouraged us thank us for the effort so far, and they also encouraged us to continue. But that's the most important thing. Of course, we are aware, which I had constantly maintained, that this is a sacrifice for our people. This is a way of contributing for the project. So and anybody who's expecting money in return in this service is wasting his time. So on my own part, I've done my part, and I shall always be there to render my legal services. So within my professional ethics. So and also to answer when I'm called upon, and also to assist. So I encourage Biafrans and all over the world, particularly our people in the southeast, to remain calm. That we are approaching to the end of the game, because having taken this had this appeal today, nothing will happen to it again. Nobody can withdraw it again. So the law will take its course, and it's very difficult. I don't want to preempt the judgment of the Court of Appeal, but I believe that at the end of the tunnel, that there must be light and something positive and good will happen. I believe so. I believe so because I've done excellently and extremely well, and God will perfect the other ones remaining.
So I commend everybody to remain calm and prayerful, and also to keep their eyes on the ball, most importantly. So people should not be derailed, should not be deceived by those who has other agenda from the project which Nnamdi Kanu started. So project of a peaceful agitation, which has had at that time carried on within the conference of laws. So the issue of IPOB status was also part of the appeal, which we form part of the issues we raised in our cross appeal, which I believe the Supreme Court will do justice to it in on December 15, 2023. So it's part of issues we raised in this appeal, in our cross appeal. So I continue to urge us to maintain peace, remain focused, because a lot are happening. Of course, characters are coming out all over the places to probably to infiltrate and probably prevail on people not to understand the focus, the purpose of what they are doing. So I encourage them to remain focused and prayerful in the circumstance. We have between now and December 15 to get judgment, and I can assure you that justice will be served on this case. Will be served on this case come 15th of December 2023. Thank you so much. I traveled all the way from the east and all over the places to be part of this proceedings of today. Is that God will grant you all journey misses back home, back to your several destinations. No harm will befall you, no accident of any nation. And for us who are also moving around, working day and night, God will continue to speak for grace. His grace shall continue to speak for us, and God shall continue to guide us and direct our path. So that's the most important thing. And I believe in justice, and we'll get it. Thank you, and God bless. And bless you for being part of this proceeding and for coming. Thank you.
Thank you, the pillar of justice.
Master, thank you very much for work well done. All of us in the court, we saw everything by ourselves. Master, today court case has been fought very hard to make sure, by your team, to make sure this Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's case is sorted today. Master, what was your expectation and the date fixed for final judgment December 15? Are you okay with that?
The most important thing is that we have to, in Supreme Court, as a matter of fact, they don't usually give dates. They will tell you that they will reserve judgment for a day to be communicated to parties. So in this case, they were gracious enough to give us date. So I understand probably their dockets and schedule of work. So we have been exercising patience since June 29, 2021, and I believe we have less than 2 months of thereabout for the judgment. And as rightly said by Professor Michael Zekume and Chief Kanu Agabi saying during the press conference, press briefing after the court session, we continue to call on the federal government to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu unconditionally, because the fact remains that Nnamdi Kanu has been discharged. Then, of all indictments and criminal charges against him, that's number one. By virtue of judgment of the Court of Appeal delivered on October 13, 2022. Listen to it carefully. Then the court proceeded in that judgment to prohibit his further detention or further prosecution or any form of indictment before any court again. The court prohibited it and directed the federal government to release him unconditionally. So, and to tell you the nature of this order, we appeal, subsequently, the same court of different panel sat and granted an order staying the execution of the judgment of the Court of Appeal, same court. Then we appeal against it. We appeal against it in an appeal number SC 1394, pending before the Supreme Court today. I will tell you one funny thing that happened in this appeal. When we appeal it, when we file this appeal against that order, that unprecedented order, the federal government of Nigeria filed our application of appeal objection challenging the competency of the appeal, and we responded. You will not believe that Apart from that PLO, they filed to appeal. They did not file a responded brief in response to our appellate brief. They didn't file another process because there's no law availing the circumstance for them to rely upon. They have no law to rely upon in justifying the order of the court. Are you with me? So that will tell you the nation how grave the order, how grave the order staying execution of judgment of the Court of Appeal appears, because they have no law in head. It's an order granted under relying on civil proceedings, civil rules of the court, and civil precedent of the Supreme Court. There is no provisions under the extant criminal direction of the Court of Appeal that allows such an order to be granted, staying in the execution of liberty of a citizen. It hasn't happened. It's unprecedented. And to further demonstrate the seriousness of what they did, the federal government have no place to rely upon. They have no authority to rely upon in filing the respondent brief in that appeal today, and it was adopted today. So that will tell you the how serious or probably how unfounded in law that order is, right? So I thank God that they've taken everything. We are waiting the judgment of Court of Appeal, the Supreme Court, which will be delivered on 15th. I urge us to remain calm. I know it's a matter of time, and I still join the Lineal Cell, Professor Michael Zekome, Chief Ganya Gabi saying, who called on federal government to immediately release Nnamdi Kanu condition, because there's no justification for further detention. There's no justification whatsoever. If there's any justification for detaining him in breach or in violation of the judgment of Court of Appeal delivered on 13th of October 2022, they will have stated it in their respondent brief. They will file a challenge of appeal against that order. There's no justification whatsoever. So his detention today remains illegal, unconstitutional, and a gross violation of the stamp laws, and also by the order of the Court of Appeal, right? So we call on the government to do the needful by releasing him unconditionally and allowing him to go. Thank you.
Okay,
even before the judgment is delivered on 15th of December, they have the liberty, they have the time to release him and ask him to go in compliance with the judgment of the Court of Appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. Another question is this. I discovered that in the court, both parties did not argue over the date. Was it that it was predetermined, or because both parties just agreed? I was expecting Mike Ozekeme to argue to, reduce or bring back the date because of the condition of the.
This is Supreme Court. We even thank God that they mentioned date in Supreme Court. They don't give date, and once they mention date in Supreme Court, they have no authority whatsoever to challenge them, to even to prevail on them to change it. I believe you were in court when they adjourned the matter to 6th of February 2026.
Yes.
You were not there. Economic matter. They adjourned it to 6th of February 2026. Are you not there? So you have no right or powers to challenge, to even utter a word once they fix the matter for judgment, because it's coming up for judgment, not hearing. It's only when it's coming up for hearing, you can probably appeal to them, my client is this and that and all whatnot. They will not consider it. And that was what they considered in giving us this date, 5th of October, for hearing this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another question, finally, Vice. Thank you very much. Nigerian government like playing tricks. What happened if on the 15th of December they decided otherwise, maybe shifting the date?
No, it can't happen in Supreme Court. Thank you so much. Can't happen.
And another thing I want to ask, final question is there any way Nigeria can file any case again before that day?
No. It's done and dusted. You can't file. They cannot litigate upon the matter before the matter adjourned for judgment before the Supreme Court. They cannot file anything again.
And the is that if after the judgment, Nigerian government decide not to obey the judgment of the Supreme Court, what happens?
That means they're calling for war. I don't want to get to that stage. I don't think so. They can't even dare the authority of Supreme Court. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And God bless you, sir.
And you too. Thank you for coming. Remain blessed. May you grant you journey mercy to your different destinations, and remain careful, circumspect of a number of things. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Now, I want all of you that are watching on the screen right now, look at the category 3 of this very United Nations judgment. I made a promise to you that I'm going to bring it to your attention today. And it's right here on the screen. Look at the category 3, paragraph 57. Look at it. It is important that you read it by yourself and digest it. Read it by yourself and digest it. Ponder over those statements. Look at them. I'm going to read it and I'm going to allow you to continue to ponder over it. Look at it. I'm going to read. That is the paragraph 57. Given the findings of the working group under category 2, no arrest. I want you to mark the phrase, no arrest. No arrest, detention, or trial of Mr. Kanu should have taken place. I'm going to stop here and allow you to think about it. Ponder over it. Continue to read other paragraphs as I've been shedding it for you to follow up. Continue to read. Read this very paragraph 57 and read it with understanding. Number 1, no arrest, no detention, or trial of Mr. Kanu, Mr. Nnamdi Kanu should have taken place. In other words, he shouldn't even have been arrested in the first place. Number 2, he shouldn't even been detained by the DSS in Nigeria or Kenyan authority. And number 3, he shouldn't even been tried. He should not even be taken to court. Whether it is customary court, whether it is state high court, whether it is federal high court, whether it is court of appeal, whether it is the Supreme Court as of today that have adjourned it again to the 15th of December. None of this should have taken place. That is the judgment. And this is a judgment, as I've told you before, it was Bruce Fein. It was Bruce Fein and the people that worked with him that made it possible by the grace of the Most High God in heaven. I leave you with these paragraphs. The paragraph 57 to the paragraph 58. I want you to digest it by yourself. I'm still here. I'm going nowhere. I hope that you have been viewing the United Nations judgment. I hope you've been doing so. I allowed you that with your mind and with your eyes you can see and reason and think. You are reading it paragraph by paragraph. Well detailed document. Well detailed document. Now, I'm going to a very important paragraph. Look at paragraph 94. Everything that has happened in the case of Nnamdi Kanu, as I've been scrolling the United Nations judgment, you have been seeing them reflected, captured in the judgment of the United Nations. You have been seeing them. That the United Nations was fully aware of all that transpired. And they came up with this very powerful judgment for our people. For our people. Who made it possible? Bruce Fein and all the people that worked with him, and those that made financial contributions that flew to river. Okay? The process is not 1 naira. It's not 2 naira process. It runs into millions. People spent money. Look at the paragraph 95. Read it. Read the paragraph 95. The working group also considered that Mr. Kanu's presumption of innocence was violated as the department surrounded the court complex with an array of armed forces, creating an atmosphere of intimidation and danger. See paragraph 9, a submission which the government has chosen not to contest. The working group recalls that defendants should not be presented to the court in a manner indicating that they may be dangerous criminals. As this also undermines the presumption of innocence, the working group finds a breach of Article 14, subsection 2 of the Covenant. Look at paragraph 96. Look at paragraph 96. Further, according to the source, I have told you earlier that when you see source, or when they say according to the source, they are referring to Bruce Fein, the international attorney of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. According to the source, and uncontested by the government, following his rendition to Nigeria, Mr. Kanu was detained in solitary confinement within the headquarters of the department in Abuja, Nigeria. So, the United Nations Nnamdi Kanu is. This is the truth you must understand. The United Nations, the mighty work that God did for you as an Igbo man, for you as a Biafran, for us as a people, is that God made the United Nations to know where Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was held or is being held in solitary confinement. They knows that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is in Abuja. And to a great extent, that is why the evil people have not been able to kill him. That is God. Because if they try, it is not going to be a business as usual. They knew it. It was the United Nations that helped us to, it was the United Nations we are today that tied the hands of those that wanted to kill Nnamdi Kanu. It tied their hands. Because if they do bam, United Nations know. We continue to read. We must continue. That he is held in the State Department headquarters at Abuja, Nigeria. He is reportedly currently still held in a very small cell where he is exposed to daily psychological and mental torture without access to other inmates or any other person except for the department officers. Are you seeing the detail of this judgment? And I'm going to hear some people say no, some people say no, some people say that we are wasting time in prayer. These are people that cannot spend 5 minutes to pray and seek the face of God for their nation, for their generation. But they will be the first to criticize, gossip, and he is reportedly currently still held in a very small cell. Photoshop. They used to show us where Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is wearing Fendi. He is relaxing on a sofa. He is wearing his sneakers. He is so comfortable. But United Nations said that he is reportedly held in a very small cell where he is exposed to daily psychological and mental torture without access to other inmates or any other person except for the department officers. Mr. Kanu is also allegedly denied access to reading or writing materials and has been refused access to professional medical care. Are you seeing the judgment? Are you seeing that this judgment captured everything? Are you seeing it? The judgment that freed Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that they never thought to talk about. They were supposed to work hand in hand with Bruce Fein. They were supposed to work hand in hand with the people that were working with Bruce Fein for this very judgment. They were those of them in Nigeria here and others in other parts of the country who were fighting against Bruce Fein. They were supposed to put hand in hand with them. That what we're looking for will be achieved without any hassle. But they chose the other way. Mr. Kanu is also currently denied access to reading or writing materials and has been refused access to professional medical care despite a serious heart ailment. This detail was captured in the United Nations judgment. I am reading the United Nations judgment. Very detailed. The source reports that Mr. Kanu's life is in jeopardy and that he suffers from a medical condition occasioned by gradual depletion of potassium in his system, which has defied any medical solution given to him within the department facilities. Paragraph 97. The working group is seriously concerned about the treatment to which Mr. Kanu has been subjected, especially noting its finding that Mr. Kanu was subjected to extraordinary rendition as well as his treatment prior to that. The working group considers it unlikely that Mr. Kanu would have been able to effectively assist and participate in his own defense during the proceedings against him, and that such treatment tainted the proceedings against him, rendering them inherently unfair, unjust, and in violation of what? Article 14 of the covenant. Now, for all the reasons above, the working group finds that the fair trial rights and procedural guarantees of Mr. Kanu under the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the covenant, and other relevant human rights standards were not observed, and that such violations are of such gravity as to render Mr. Kanu's detention arbitrary under category 3, which we have read. The category 3. Are you seeing it now? Now, look at the category 4. And I am about to end this broadcast. I'm about to end it. Don't be distracted. Remember, for a long time, I've not told you to share. I've not told you to like. I've not told you to comment. I am doing the work that God asked me to do. I'm about to end the broadcast. Look at the category 4. Look at it. I will be doing the broadcast on this United Nations judgment from time to time, that you may know the mighty works of the Most High God in heaven, that God performed on our behalf last year, that you may know it. And I will be mentioning names. The Bible says, give honor to whom honor is due. The people that God used to perform these wonderful works at the United Nations, I will be mentioning them, except they chooses to remain anonymous, except they say, don't mention our names. I won't mention their name. That's why I've not been mentioning other names, because I must seek for their consent. It shouldn't be a violation of the privacy. Look at the category 4, as I've said. Truth is what I preach. I stand for it. I will go all the way for it. Look at the category 4. This is what that makes it for the Biafra referendum tomorrow. It is the United Nations judgment. This is that today we are talking about Nnamdi Kanu in detention is because of the United Nations judgment. That today you are still wearing the IPOB beret. That today radio IPOB platforms are still on course. IPOB, whatever you're doing, DOS, principal officers, that as of today, you are still talking about Biafra. You are still talking about that you're a member of the IPOB. You believe in Biafra restoration. That you are still doing it today is because of this judgment. God used the United Nations, this judgment, to save us. If the United Nations had said that Nnamdi Kanu is a terrorist, believe you me, in the next 2 or 3 minutes, they would have killed him in detention. If the United Nations had ever said that IPOB is a terrorist organization, believe you me, all of you will run away from Nigeria. And those in different countries of the world in the diaspora, they cannot be safe wherever they are in different countries. They cannot. Look at that very paragraph 98, category 4. Look at it. What does it say? Mr. Kanu is an activist. I feel like singing a song here now. I've told you I'm about to end this broadcast. I'm about to end it. I want to bring it very closer to the screen. I want to make it so bold that you may see. That is what the United Nations judgment said. Mr. Kanu is an activist, not a terrorist. This was the end of the case. This. Who said it? United Nations. Let me scroll again to the top so that you can see the document I'm reading. It is the United Nations judgment. Some of you are just joining now. I'm going to zoom off and I'm going to scroll to the top so that you will know where I am reading from. Some people think maybe I just picked up one article and begin to read. It's not from the Nigerian government. It's not from anywhere. This is the United Nations judgment. Category 4. Remember, that's where we are. Paragraph 98. What is the first statement there? Mr. Kanu is an activist and the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, which he founded in 2012. This is why that till tomorrow, anybody that is still talking about Biafra, anybody that is still championing for the cause of Biafra, anyone that is forming any government anywhere, saying anything for Biafra restoration, you are doing so because the United Nations has said that IPOB was duly registered in 2012 by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and that Nnamdi Kanu is not a terrorist, he is an activist. That's why we are still talking about Biafra today. If the United Nations judge has said the Kanu is a terrorist organization, believe you me, nobody would have been talking about Biafra today. Because if you do, they will kill you and nobody will talk. United Nations will not talk. Nobody can be held accountable. They will say that they killed a terrorist. They will say that they killed a member option. They are not active. They not They will say they have killed members of the outlawed group. Outlawed group. Give thanks to the Most High God in heaven for the judgment. Give glory to the Most High. Appeal court judgment, Supreme Court judgment, what any other judgment, they are under the judgment of the United Nations. And they cannot go contrary to it. They can run around and around. They keep running and around, they will still come under the weight of the judgment of the United Nations. I'm going to zoom off and then scroll to the top, that you may know exactly. Maxwell, let me scroll it down to the top. I'm scrolling now, and you're seeing it now. Look at where the document started. Advanced unedited version. District General, 20th July 2022. Original English. What do we have here? Look at it. Human Rights Council Working Group Arbitrary Detention. The next is this. Look at it. Opinions adopted by the Working Group on Arbitrary Detention at its 93rd session between 30th March to 8th April 2022. About who? Opinion number 25/2022 concerning Mr. Nnamdi Kanu, Nigeria and Kenya. United Nations. Now, we must go back to the paragraph 98. You are seeing the wonders of the Most High God in heaven. The same United Nations that our politicians told us, oh, who do you think will support you? Oh, what did the United Nations say? Oh, United Nations has not said anything. You people are making noise. United Nations will not support you. Look at it. United Nations speaking for us, supporting us. Look at it. What they said is not possible. God has made it possible. And that's why They are angry. And they try to suppress anybody that wants to speak the truth. They try to fight against anybody that wants to call the attention of the people to the wonders and the miracles of God that God has done for us. They try all they can. Look at it. Mr. Kanu is an activist, not a terrorist. I want it to sink down deep. For those who thought that Nnamdi Kanu, he has no future, his case will be determined by the Nigerian court, the judgment of the appeal court, Supreme Court, blah, 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 went to the United Nations. And the United Nations said, when I say United Nations, including Nigeria, when I say United Nations, including America, including Germany, including Russia, including Israel, including all the member nations who are signatory to the Charter on Human Rights. That is what they said. And that is why no IPOB member is a terrorist. Nobody talking for Biafra or calling for the freedom of Biafra, you are not a troublemaker. That is what the United Nations has said. Category 4 is the very powerful judgment that God used few people to secure. Not speaking grammar. Speaking grammar. Adjournment upon adjournment. Adjournment, adjournment. Oh, they didn't allow us to see him. Oh, they did not appear. Oh, they locked up the place. We couldn't. All those grammar. Everything ended at the United Nations. Read it again. Mr. Kanu is an activist. I want you to understand it. Allow it to sink deep. If Mr. Kanu is an activist, not if, Mr. Kanu is an activist, therefore, IPOB is not a terrorist organization. Mr. Kanu is an activist and the leader of the organization Indigenous People of Biafra, which he founded in 2012. That was why when the Appeal Court of Nigeria heard about this United Nations judgment last year, they surrendered. They surrendered. No more argument. And they discharged and acquitted Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and said, no other court in Nigeria should try him. I will bring that appeal court judgment in the next broadcast. I will bring it. They made it very clear that no other court in Nigeria should try Nnamdi Kanu. And that was exactly what we read in one of the paragraphs of this judgment of the United Nations. That he shouldn't even have been arrested. He shouldn't even have been detained. And he should not even have been tried in any court. So the appeal court had it. They read it. And they said no other court in Nigeria should try him. In a court, they resonated, they repeated the same thing that the United Nations judgment said. Whatever rubbish that they did today at the Supreme Court is a waste of time. They are wasting their time. They must let him go. Number one, United Nations knows that Nnamdi Kanu is in the DSS dungeon in Abuja, Nigeria. That is one of the guarantees to his safety. That is one of them. God used it to secure him. The source alleges that the government of Nigeria is targeting Mr. Kanu due to his political expression, in particular due to his membership in a group politically opposed to the Nigerian government on the question of Biafra. Okay? His widely published criticism of the government and his work with and advocacy for the indigenous people of Biafra. Okay? The government has chosen not to address these allegations. The Nigerian government did not address these allegations in the United Nations. They have presence at the United Nations, but they couldn't talk. God sealed their mouth. They could not deny it. They could not they could not submit any response to counter what Bruce Fein submitted on behalf of Nigeria. In Igbo, in other words, the Nigerian government say yes, that everything that Bruce Fein said is true. That is God in action. Are you hearing me? That is God. They could have bribed the United Nations. They could have bribed them. They could have bribed the working group. But God stood because it was the appointed time. Our people didn't understand the time. 99. The working group finds that Mr. Kanu has been targeted by the government as a human rights defender on account of his freedom of opinion and expression, as well as his position regarding the sovereignty of Biafra. My Lord and my God. My Lord and my God. Did you hear what I just read now from that judgment? The United Nations judgment that released Nnamdi Kanu. The working group finds, they are not saying that they said, the working group finds, this is the independent conclusion and discovery of the working group of the United Nations on arbitrary detention. They didn't say we were told. They didn't say the source told us. They said the working group finds, has discovered on their own. They discovered, the working group finds that Mr. Kanu, that Mr. Nnamdi Kanu has indeed, not allegedly, my Chineke nna nke bi n'eluigwe, I don't know if our people are seeing this wonderful judgment. I don't know if they're seeing what I'm reading. The working group finds that Mr. Kanu has indeed, not allegedly, not purportedly, has indeed been targeted by the government as a human rights defender, not as a terrorist, not as somebody who is fanning the embers of war. No. Not like somebody who is beating the drum of war. No. Mr. Kanu, the working group finds that Mr. Kanu has indeed been targeted by the government as a human rights defender, of his, on account of his freedom of opinion and expression, as well as his position regarding the sovereignty of Biafra. He has been targeted as a human rights defender, number one. Number two, on account of his freedom of opinion and expression. That is number two. Number three, as well as what? His position regarding the sovereignty of Biafra. Look at the United Nations talking about Biafra. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Give glory to God. United Nations. The same people that told us that they will not talk about Biafra, they gave a judgment. Now, as Mr. Kanu has been targeted on account of his activism in galvanizing momentum for a Biafra referendum, asemgi eba kanga poshe this very judgment. In the next broadcast, we'll continue. As Mr. Kanu has been targeted on account of his activism in galvanizing momentum for a referendum on the sovereignty of Biafra, the working group considers that his detention violates Article 2 and 7 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and Article 2, subsection 2 and 26 of the Covenant, and is arbitrary under Category 4. Let's end this broadcast. Let's end it from here. Read. I want you to read. As I reading it, think. Forget about all the noise outside. They are shouting, broadcasting, shouting, talking. No result. No single result. No single result. But look at this mighty result here. They want to trivialize it. They want to make light of it. That is the devil in action. They don't want you to see what God has done. This broadcast is about 5 consecutive hours. And I don't care how many hours. Look at it. The truth be told. From one press conference to another, from one press review to another, from one interview to another, no result. Not even one. Without prayers. Without the mighty hands of the Most High God in heaven. From court adjournment to adjournment, from adjournment to adjournment, from adjournment to adjournment, without the intervention of the Most High God in heaven, where we are today, we wouldn't be here. Read that paragraph 99. In the next in the next broadcast, we will come to the concluding remarks. There are other paragraphs we are going to open that you may see what is there. Read this paragraph 99 that I shaded, that I selected. Read it. By this paragraph 99, United Nations has given endorsement of the referendum of Biafra. By this paragraph 99, United Nations has acknowledged the need for the Biafra referendum for sovereignty. That's why they didn't want you to support us. That's why they didn't want you to help us, to share the post, share broadcast. Let us have more followers. That's why they don't want you to follow us, to like us, to love us. Because of what God has used us to do. They want Nnamdi Kanu to remain in detention so that they can be making money, more money, more money, more money. They decided to turn the freedom and agitation to enterprise. They don't want it to end so that they can continue to make money. And anyone that God wants to use to end it successfully, to achieve Biafra successfully, to release Nnamdi Kanu, oh, that person is the enemy. That person is a target. Kill him, arrest him. If they cannot be able to kill or arrest him, make sure that you destroy the character of the person. Make sure that you speak against the person. Make sure that you bias the mind of people, that they will no longer listen to that person, that they will no longer follow that very person. That is the devil working in their hearts. Keep looking at that paragraph 99. The working group finds that Mr. Kanu has indeed been targeted by the government as a human rights defender, not as a terrorist, not as a troublemaker, not that he's trying to cause war in Nigeria. Oh, he's making trouble. He don't want us to have peace. No. But as a human rights defender, on account of his freedom of opinion and expression, as well as his position regarding the sovereignty of Biafra. As Mr. Kanu has been targeted on account of his activism, not terrorism, on account of his activism, not terrorism, in galvanizing momentum. He has been galvanizing momentum. He has been raising our morale. He has been campaigning and championing, raising people's hope very high, putting them in the state of consciousness for a referendum on the sovereignty of Biafra. The working group considers that his detention violate Article 2 and 7 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and Article 2, subsection 2 and 26 of the Covenant, and his arrest and detention is arbitrary. Under Category 4. In other words, his campaign and galvanizing momentum for the referendum of Biafra, for the Biafra sovereignty, is his right, is within the Declaration of the Human Rights and Article 2, subsection 2 and 26 of the Covenant. And his arrest, he is there in the DSS dungeon right now. They have adjourned the case at the Supreme Court to the 15th of December. The judgment of the United Nations is saying that it is arbitrary, it is illegal. That Nnamdi Kanu is still in the DSS dungeon till today is illegal. That is what this judgment is saying. I hereby bring this very remarkable live broadcast to an end. I am Pastor Maxwell Nnawuihe. From here, I want to say goodbye. Whatever support you have for us, you know how to reach us. I'm not going to say that here. Watch other videos that you may have direction. Goodbye from here, and God bless you immensely. I will see you again, God willing. Bye-bye.